Hello and good morning, everybody. Hello and good morning, guys. Oh, how's everybody doing? Hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend. Happy Sunday to you guys. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is for you. Jay Voodoo, what's up? How you doing? Battle Burrito, how we doing? Gilbert, what's up, dude? Good morning, bro. Good to see you. Ralph Beloved, how we doing? Eric Smith, 1885, what's up, guys? Yeah. So let's see. You guys are already up and at 'em. Good to see you guys. Thanks for being here, everybody. You'll have to you have to have a hot ale after the stream. I hear you. Battle Burrito. Any tips for new players trying to settle in additional regions? Yeah, for sure. We'll circle back to that. We'll circle back to that. We got some other stuff we're going to talk about here in the beginning, but yes, absolutely. Good to see you, Gilbert. Hope you're doing good, bro. Yeah, JV. I was gonna say when I when I saw you posting this morning about how you've been looking into strategies for what's going to be the best alternative for whenever they inevitably nerf the Vogtland perk and being able to get the horse for the traders for cheap and stuff. And I didn't have the heart to say it, but in my mind I was thinking like, yeah, I wouldn't get too attached to any of those ideas. Oh my goodness, guys. What a roller coaster, huh? Hope someday they add multiplayer, Ralph Beloved. Yeah, unfortunately I don't think that's I mean, I don't honestly you know, at this point, who knows? But yeah, as far as I know, as far as I've like, heard and whatnot, I don't think that that's necessarily, on the plans, but things in this game are obviously anyone's guess is as good as the other, to be honest. I don't think Greg even knows, right? Are these new features available in the beta version? No, yeah, they're not right now. So, well, I'm assuming you mean by new features what was included in the article that they just posted a couple days ago. No, but as far as there was a recent update. At this point, what, 3 weeks ago, something like that, few weeks back. The time is all melding together, so I can't remember. But yeah, within something like 3 weeks ago, there was a major update, which was a culmination of a bunch of stuff that was on beta patches for a few months. So if that's what you're referring to, yes, or no, because it's not on the beta version. Nothing's on the beta version right now. Everything's on the main, whatever's on the main version. That's what we all have right now. Yeah. But these updates that they just posted about in this article, which we'll talk about a little bit here, I'm not gonna repeat myself too much from what I already said in the video. If you guys haven't watched that, I pinned it here in the chat. But yeah, that's just kind of a behind the scenes update on what they're planning on, what they're working on, and what's coming for the next patch. But yeah, none of that is available anywhere for us at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, good rainy morning. It was raining. It's been raining here like crazy. I live in Pacific Northwest. I think a lot of you know, so it rains a lot here. It was raining like crazy, like all yesterday and stuff, but it doesn't seem to be raining right now. At least not for the moment. It changes like minute by minute. Much like the weather in Manor Lords. Yeah, also I'm sure many people in the chat here will have some good recommendations too, Battle Burrito, as far as settling in additional regions, or if anyone else has any other questions, I do my best to keep up with the chat here and stuff. But yeah, like Jay Voodoo's super knowledgeable. Baff, I'm sure he'll show up at some point soon here. If you guys see Baff, he's a black belt. Hey Ned, good morning, dude. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Ned, good morning. Ethan Gilbert, good morning. Dandy Chiggins, what's up, guys? Retro 5533, how we doing, guys? Good to see you all. Mo Smarties, what's up? Yeah, good morning. NFL. Oh, that's right, baby. That's right. Luckily, I don't have to worry about any NFL action this morning, huh? Not till next weekend, I guess, right? But yeah, I'll have to see what's going on later today for sure. Good to see you guys. Thanks for popping in. Bill Lumberg, yeah, dude. So many people. That's the first time I've heard Bill Lumberg, but all of a sudden I've noticed several comments saying that I sound like Jeff Goldblum. Do you guys? What do you guys think? Do I sound like Jeff Goldblum? I don't know. I don't think I've ever really made that connection, but like all of a sudden it just started popping up, like several comments about it. I haven't heard Bill Lumberg though. That's a new one. I don't think I even know who that is. I'll have to look him up. That's funny. That update will be a long way out. Correct, yeah. So the article is from, well, yeah, it's written, delivered by the guy, Tim is his name. He's the CEO of Hooded Horse, which is the publishing company for Manor Lords. Yeah, yeah. Um, to not have people saying there's, yeah, absolutely though. No, like I said in the video too, it's fantastic to see them delivering on on the whole communication thing and all that whole aspect. Really great, really great. Really appreciate that. So, no, it's not. It's definitely not all doom and gloom by any means. A lot of positives still here. So so before we hop into our town or whatever here, we'll just take a quick look. Like I said, we won't get too into it. Um, once again, I have that video pinned here in the chat. If you haven't watched it yet, you know, please do if you're interested. But just in that we'll talk like just kind of objectively about like what they said in the article and what the patch coming up is going to be, so you guys can know what's coming and stuff. And of course, we can definitely have a discussion about your guys's. I'd love to hear your guys's opinions and thoughts and all that too. I definitely shared a little more of my like opinion and stuff than I guess I normally do. You know what I mean in that video. So um, I'd love to hear what you guys think too. But anyways, it's it's definitely not all bad. Everything's good, right? Like this game is still just incredible, and yeah, like any direction they take it in, hope I don't it's not going to change the fact that this game just is amazing. But yeah, they did announce some a couple significant changes that and I think are a bit controversial. You know what I mean? And I was reading some of the comments on the video this morning, and uh, I was worried that it would be like maybe a little too spicy, but man, already like flooded with comments with people saying like, yeah, along the not everyone agrees exactly, but I've seen almost every single person who's been who I've read the comments so far. I haven't had the chance to like reply to anyone yet, but because it's just posted overnight and I just got up for the live stream and everything. But yeah, I read through all of them so far, and yeah, a lot of people seem to be not really too stoked about this whole trade overhaul thing. So, anyways, absolutely sound like Jeff Goldblum. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. All right, well we'll have to lean into that. Hey, what's up, Baf? Good morning, dude. A little more lively version of Jeff Goldblum. Yeah. If the upcoming train changes are in preparation for future development perks. Yeah, so that's basically what they said, right? Which is cool. So, in a long term sense, it could end up being really cool. You know what I mean? But yeah, we'll have to see. But anyway, so once again, if you guys haven't watched it, definitely check out the video. But basically, there's going to be like another tier of housing So it's like a, instead of having three, we have tier one, tier two, tier three houses right now. There's going to be four different tiers of houses. Um, but yeah, I'll turn off this stuff. Yeah, but it's not like it's just kind of like redistributing the tiers that we kind of already have. You know what I mean? So it's going to be like a tier 2.5, I guess is what they're calling it right now. So basically, like the tier two, when you go from tier one to tier two, and then you unlock all the like artisan shops and stuff like that. That's going to basically be divided between two middle tiers now, which sounds good. I think that change sounds really good in my opinion. So, excuse me. Yeah, the that change sounds like a really good one. I think it'll be like a better progression for like you know the residential upgrade system and stuff. And I think like the gap between each of those housing levels will be more realistic and stuff. And then it kind of they had like an opportunity to like redistribute where some of the like artisan workshops will be available. So the higher value ones like bakery or like cobbler extension will be on the new 2.5 tier or whatever it ends up being called. But yeah, so that sounds pretty cool. But yeah, then there's this whole like trade rework, which is just like, that's where it gets questionable, because it's not just like, I think as most of you guys know, in the recent excuse me, in the recent beta, or like we were just talking about that 3 month span of several betas. I mean, they they changed the trade values of everything like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times with across the board, like so aggressively. And then like, of course, before that they've already changed the entire trade system several times. How you used to be able to like build trading posts right on the edge of the map and just have a whole bunch of them, and they revamped that. I don't know, they already have like changed a bunch with the trade stuff, and it's just kind of like, what? So anyways, sounds like the system that they're talking about is basically a system where it's like external merchant NPCs that you like hire to do trades for you, and apparently that will be like the only way to make trades. So yeah, like if there's if there's a situation where a merchant's not available, or you're not able to afford it, or whatever it is, then it's just like you can't trade at all. So I don't know, it sounds like a really odd system. I mean, it's kind of, they don't really give too many details, so we'll see. I mean, it could end up being like a pretty cool system. It does tie into like, they talk about basically like economic fighting for economic power and stuff, integrating that more into the game, like with these new AI on map enemy AIs and stuff like that. That sounds really cool. You know what I mean? I think that's a great concept, right? And then of course, like, they mentioned improving regional bartering and interregional trade and stuff. There's not too much, mentioned in here about exactly what that means, but, I think you guys have probably all heard me talk about how, or maybe you've even watched the bartering guide, the interregional trade guide, and, it's kind of, a lot of those features are kind of limited right now, so it would be great if they expand on that. I think a lot of us would be happy about that. I know I see a lot of people commenting a lot about how it's kind of tough to figure out like the whole having multiple regions and the whole bartering system and all that kind of stuff, right? It's really just not very clear and stuff. So that would be awesome if they expand on that. I'm really happy if they do that. Like, even in this stream, we already had Battle Burrito. We'll circle back to your question, but just to my point here, right? I mean, you had already brought up a question about expanding regions and stuff, which is a great question. So it's just kind of like, yeah, like, they definitely need to make that a little more approachable and streamlined. So anyways, that's kind of the gist of a lot of the what's included in that article there. So anyways, like I said, check out the video. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts and opinions and stuff. I shared a little more in depth in that about you know, some other aspects and whatever. But anyways, what's up, Sean? How we doing? Loki, good morning, dude. What's up, Ethan? Ethan Gilbert's in the house. Yeah, Battle Burrito. What's up, guys? All right, so um, Ian's post mentioned that trade was right. Yeah, next part of the debt. Yeah, see, I think that's why they kind of said that they ended up revamping this whole trade thing because they want to integrate it into the next tier of development perks, which is cool. So obviously there's a lot of you know there's a lot of room for for all kinds of perks here. So we'll see what that means. It looks like the little image that they put right here looks like would indicate that these upcoming perks would be related to like farming or food production, but I don't know. I guess, yeah. Anyways, your guys' guess is as good as anyone's at this point, right? We're all just kind of speculating, and it's just, lots up in the air now. I think it was just kind of one of those like changes that I think not a lot of us were really anticipating when there's so many other changes that we were kind of anticipating. So, anyways, we won't yap about this, obviously, for too long for the whole stream. We'll play the game and enjoy the game here real soon. But I just wanted to, obviously, that's the latest news. So the post they made about improvements, yeah, I did actually, yeah, for sure. They posted a tweet, I think, yesterday or this morning or something, right? And they said that they had been like stress testing a lot, within their own internal testing, stress testing with like massive towns and overpopulating and stuff and making performance improvements and stuff. So yeah, that's fantastic. Absolutely, I think no way to get mad about that, right? That's for sure. Yeah, hiring merchants does make more sense to you. Yeah, for sure. See, that's the thing. So it might, it could end up being a good system, and obviously, yeah. There's no just one way to look at it. So concern is that the AI or Baron will not follow the same trading rules. Potentially, yeah. Well, I don't think the Baron, in general, I don't think the Baron follows like any rules. You know what I mean? The AI supposedly, from what I've heard Darren talk about, is supposedly the AI is like does not cheat or anything at all. So they'll have like the same conditions or whatever that you have, like the on map AI. But the Baron, I think the Baron just, I don't think he abides by really any. I think he just kind of, he doesn't really need money or has infinite money or whatever it is. Never really been thrilled with the barter system. Yeah, for sure. I think it's a cool, like concept, system and concept and stuff. They just need to make it better, and it's just not. There's not very much like way to like control it and stuff right now. You can't really see. You can't set like limits on how much stuff to barter. Or you can't really like see like a record of what's been bartered or anything like that. So a lot of those features would help a lot. Have I tried creating a bridge over the lake map? What's up, AJ? I have not, but I've heard people talk about it. Yeah, I guess it gets a little buggy and glitchy too, right? People start drowning. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Now that I would like expect to be kind of glitchy, I guess, right? But yeah, no, I haven't tried it yet personally, but I've definitely heard of people talking about it. Use more trading posts instead of bartering. Yeah, for sure. Case of yeah, absolutely. Yep. Starting for a new region must be a way to improve it. Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see how they change growth, not being economy based. Absolutely. Yeah, no, for sure. I think a lot of the concepts that they talk about sound really good. You know what I mean? It'll be a lot more of like a fluid gameplay experience, I guess. You know what I mean? But anyways, that being said, I always kind of come back to the perspective of like, geez, I feel like there's a lot of this game's already a complex game, right? And there's definitely a lot of people that You know, I know a lot of us here are maybe a little more experienced and veteran and stuff like that, but majority of the people who play this game, right, or just getting into it or whatever, it's already maybe a little overwhelming. So, you know, that's a little concerning, and that you know, more complicating systems might be a bit much, but being oh yeah, we just wrote that one. I said over a year ago, you hope Manor Lord didn't become a trade. Baff, dude, that's crazy. I was literally thinking about that comment. I was literally this like just last night and this morning. I was thinking to myself, and I was like, I remember that exact comment, and I was like, I can't remember who said that. I was like, was it Baff? I felt like it was maybe you or Info Mole Rat or KG. And I couldn't remember, but I was like, I feel like maybe it was Baff that said that. So it was you. Okay. I was thinking about that exact, I was literally thinking about the exact thing you said. Dude, yeah. That's crazy. Okay. I'm glad you reminded me, because I was about to ask, honestly, I was going to ask you at some point. I was going to be like, do you remember who said that? Yeah, that's crazy, man. Bees, what's up, dude? Bees the third. I think when you take a region, it's just yours and you get the resources too. Yeah, correct. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. That is correct. Yeah. If you take a region that like was owned by you know, an AI lord or something, you basically just take over everything that they have going on at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, all their resources, everything. Yeah. Yeah, the bridge sinks. As you've shown. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe we need to stop making too many videos about of showing how powerful trade. We need to dumb down the videos. Maybe it's our own fault, huh? Oh gosh. Do you think like we would have like 9 overall maps? Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, connecting to, like maps and stuff. Yeah, I have no idea. Some of the maps are already pretty good, but all right, guys. Well, we'll obviously feel free to, you know, we can keep discussing all that, of course, at any point. So feel free to leave any of your thoughts or comments or anything. But I had a new little town design here. I've been, you know, as I mentioned, you know, here and there, I always am trying to more and more embrace the aesthetic elements and not just the kind of min-max elements, right? So, and with the new updates in mind and stuff, all that we talked about, I feel like now is kind of as good of time as ever to full, you know, really lean into that, I guess, right? But anyways, I had saw someone post in the Discord. It was funny. I saw someone post a in our Discord a screenshot about like a new like circular building or town layout or whatever. And I had just started working on this one the other day, and I was thinking about expanding on this one and sharing with you guys or whatever. But I kind of had the idea of like a, you know, like a more fluid kind of town setup, you know, no grid or whatever. And I kind of liked the idea of like, you know, the church being kind of like a central, uh, you know, bastion or whatever, and a lot of the buildings kind of like, you know, around it, surrounding it, um, which I think is also a little more accurate, I guess, to like historic towns. And then kind of being along this little like river and built like this bridge was already here. This is actually the King's Road or whatever right here. And then added another little bridge and make like a little riverside, you know, housing area. I don't know if this is necessarily even considered a river, maybe just a creek, but you know. But yeah, anyways, I figure we could have some, you know, enjoy a little aesthetic town design or whatever. But also, if you guys are in, I don't know if you guys think we should just, wanted to see what you guys thought, if we should just continue from here. This is just autumn of year 2 here. Just, and you can see what I've got set up so far. Or we could start from scratch. Or we could also go back to the, I know we talked about when we were doing the castle last week, getting to the point of like a full, you know, like attack from the Baron or whatever. So if you guys have any opinions on what we should do, let me know. Otherwise, we'll Probably just check this out, but let me know what you guys think. Bert from Belgium, what's up, dude? How we doing? How we feeling about this this vibe here, though? You hope you can toggle trade wars. Oh yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, like talk maybe have an option to have that like in the settings as like an option or something that is not necessarily involved in every playthrough. Yeah. Well, I think I will say luckily that is always I think something that's like a really good aspect, and I would imagine it is not going to change that. They seem to have, in the game options or whatever. I think they've all, even from the very beginning of early access, they've always been really good about having customization options where you can turn on or off, whether you want to have the combat or the approval demands or whatever, you know what I mean? So I would imagine, of course this is just speculation, but I would imagine that if there's new like I don't know, like win conditions sort of scenarios like that are based on the economy, you would hopefully be able to turn them on or off. But once again, that's just speculation based on how it's been so far, I guess. What's up to Truman? You think that hiring mercenaries makes the combat too simple? Oh yeah, the mercenaries for sure. Yeah, absolutely. See, that's another thing that we've talked about a lot too, and obviously I feel like I've demonstrated in some video. Maybe if they are watching the videos and nerfing everything that we do, hopefully that they will see that the mercenaries are kind of OP, right? I've definitely shown that in several videos. So that's another thing that I would love to see them. That's another, actually glad you bring that up. Yeah, it's another thing that once again they've definitely talked about and confirmed. Like, yeah, we're gonna overhaul the mercenary system, but who knows, right? Who knows if that's in how far down in the graveyard that is now at this point. But absolutely, I totally agree that the whole mercenary system needs a revamp for sure. Yeah, and particularly, if they're going to be revamping, trade again or whatever, it's just like, like I said, it's just kind of like, come on, dude, let's get a revamp on stuff like that actually really needs it. Yeah, I'm sure, but I'm just gonna say I knew Baff would agree. Oh, that's you, AJ. Yeah, nice. Oh, that's you, Game Boy. Yeah, what's up, dude? Nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I noticed it. I was looking at it. It's a great design. Yeah, and like I said, it's funny because I had just started this one like a day or two before you had posted that, and I was like, oh wow, what a coincidence. But I kind of wanted, like, had the idea where I thought it might be really cool to try to integrate a little, riverside area or whatever as well, and kind of have that as a part of the town layout. And I figured it might be kind of cool to, continue expanding, over here, add more stuff over here or whatever. So it's kind of like the river's almost kind of dividing the town into two portions or whatever, I guess, kind of thing. And the church is kind of the central focus right here. I figure it might end up being real cool. Layout looks nice. Yeah, thanks, Ned. Heck yeah. Shout out AJ, aka Game Boy. Your towns always end up obviously highlighting your ADHD. I feel you. I feel you. I always end up, that's why it's like I have to like really think about it if I'm not going to end up doing like a, not necessarily, I feel like I don't ever end up doing like a full-on grid, but definitely, I feel like particularly with like the housing, it does get to a point where I feel like I end up just kind of making rows of housing because I'm just trying to add more and more or whatever, and it's just like that's the easiest way. But yeah, no, it's kind of cool to figure we would embrace more of the true charm of this game, really, at the end of the day, right? Which is this whole the immersive aesthetics and stuff, which I always try to say, and I say it out loud, like I said, also to remind myself, to remind you guys, but also to remind myself. Looks like the sun's going over the cliffside here. Sorry, I'll stop. We'll stop yapping any minute now, and we'll get into more gameplay. But I just was looking forward to catching up with you guys. Appreciate you guys being here and giving your input here in the chat and everything. Be careful if you try to delete any of those small bridges. When you did that castle with the moat thing. Oh, interesting. Okay. Don't delete bridges. Okay, noted. Never made sense that getting fresh water is the #1 priority to a new settlement. Then building around that. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure, JV. And once again, I mean, to be fair, that is a setting that we can turn off, right? To piggyback on what we were just talking about, you know, that is a set we can turn off the underground water thing or whatever, right? So, but yeah, definitely feel you on that. Here, we'll turn off the day and night here because the High Peaks doesn't really have a. We'll just keep this view on. Yeah, Mercenaries definitely OP. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, side note. Also on this, I also did add because I saw Baff was also talking about how he had noticed. A couple other people had been noting this too, but the AI on map AI opponents definitely see, and this is another really great thing, right, about the development stuff. This is definitely one of the pros, and something that they didn't really mention in the article, but I assume is just still happening because there's one of the guys that they hired is just full-time AI programmer. That's all he does. But anyway, so I added a AI opponent here, and I put him on aggressive. All the other settings are just normal. But I put the AI on aggressive just to kind of see what's going on with that. Baff had mentioned, I read some comments you were saying that you did some playthroughs against aggressive AI, and they were like rating your settlement by year 4, right? And they were like pretty formidable and stuff, but then I guess they ended up kind of fizzling out at some point. But anyways, I guess I remember you were saying that you were kind of encouraged about the AI settlements making really good strides and being more, you know, formidable overall and stuff. So I figured we'd kind of check that out at the same time here. But anyways, this is the AI settlement over here that I added onto this map, and it's just on default stuff. Other than I put them on aggressive just to see are they going to end up rating us pretty quick here or what? But anyways, we got most of the basics here obviously set up. We got, you know, food. I set up, as you guys can see, a couple backyard extensions here. You know, we got I just put in quinces over here just because why not? They were cheaper and stuff. And then we got some carrots, and then I added some just like chicken coops to a lot of these houses over here. And I upgraded a couple of the houses over here just in anticipation of adding a couple artisan workshops. So we have 2 level 2 houses ready to go for whatever we want to add artisan workshop wise. And yeah, other than that, just kind of basics. I do have, of course, the Vok land perk. I figure at this point, I figured, dude, we might, this thing along with everything that they talked about in the trade article, guys, there's absolutely no way that this perk will last. Or I don't even know if there's an increased export price on minor trades. Might just be not even a thing, because I don't even know what, who knows, right? This whole system. But yeah, I'm willing to bet like this whole thing is gonna be completely out the window soon. So use it up. enjoy the Vok land while you can, guys. So anyways, we got that going here. We're on it. Why not? And that's kind of what I'm just doing for the basic economy as usual. Just got 1 horse, 1 family going so far, and we're selling hides and planks, the usual. And you know, we'll sell firewood as well or whatever, but you know, all pretty basic stuff here as far as getting, you know, pretty what I would consider, right, as we've all should know by now, I guess, is kind of the current meta setup, I guess. But yeah, like I said, I mean along with everything they said in that article, there is no like this whole thing is gonna be gone, surely, right? So yeah. Um, sorry, I'll catch up with your guys' messages here too as we get more of this stuff going. But we do have a raid coming within like by the beginning of next year. So we have our little like armament delivery or whatever, because once again just default settings other than the AI being on aggressive here. And so we'll get some like troops, kind of maybe get a manor tax a little bit, and or also potentially add a bowyer's workshop here and get some like archer militia prepared. We don't really have too many recruits though, so maybe combine a bit of both of those options. So I'm gonna go ahead and set up a, well, I'm gonna take stock of my, I think we need to add more houses because we don't really have too many families available. So first of all, think about where we're going to put more houses. We'll add a bowyer shop, and then we'll get a manor going here. And as we move into winter, and I'm going to catch up with some more of you guys' messages while we're doing that. All right. I don't know where would be cool to add more houses. I don't want to just start adding rows of houses, just like, you know, willy-nilly. Maybe we can extend the river walk or whatever kind of vibe over here. That seems like a good idea. Let's do that. So just kind of like to. And you can tell right where the road will cut off, you know, so just kind of like line the edge of the banks, you know what I mean, like this. And then, or maybe right here will be a good point to start bending it back in. And then we can have one of these little things right here. Alright, cool. So that gives us hopefully a spot where we can fit more houses, although I'm not sure if they'll be big enough to have backyards. Maybe they will be over in this section, but we don't need every house to have a backyard. This part right here might be too small. Let's see, we can probably start fitting them right around here. Okay, we can go with a double right here on the first portion and then start adding a bit more after that, maybe. Something like that. Like I said, don't need like all these to have extensions necessarily. We're just trying to put in houses for our population and aesthetics and whatnot. So I think that'll be cool like that. And then maybe a little, I don't know, maybe we could put like a shrine right here or something. Yeah, that might be cool. A little something for this little what's the name? Crossroads, right? There we go. Alright, cool. And then, let's see, I think these guys are done collecting berries for the season. So we do have a couple unassigned workers, so we'll let them do these building tasks, and then, like I said, we'll get the bowyer and manor and stuff. Alright, and then I'm going to catch up with your guys' messages while that's going on here. There are historical layouts for medieval villages. You're quite particular of something called Angerdoff. Okay, I'll have to look into that, Ned. Good, thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, I've also considered maybe doing. Some people have commented too, like doing some, like, you know, recreation, historical replica kind of builds or whatever. I don't know if that's something maybe you guys would be interested in, but yeah, maybe, you know, something like that. Angerdorf, that could be super cool. I'll have to remember that. I'm gonna write it down. Thanks, Ned. We should take a stand on Discord about cavalry. See, that's the thing. I think there already is a stand being made on, or there has been a stand being made on Discord for years now about cavalry. So who knows? Who knows, dude? But yeah, absolutely. I mean, and to be fair, right at the last thing after the section about, you know, the housing tier and then the trade rework and all that, then, you know, of course at the bottom he they put, you know, we're always looking for your guys' feedback and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I would definitely the Discord, the official Manor Lords Discord is definitely the you know, that's going to be the best way to dang, these guys don't use the bridge. Okay, this guy used the bridge. That other ox just plowed right through the water. But yeah, the official Manor Lords Discord is the is technically the way to, you know, give official feedback. I don't know why these oxens, they don't want to use the bridge. They're just going through the water. Oh boy. I'll use the bridge on the way back. But yeah, I would highly encourage you guys to, you know, they do have feedback sections and stuff in the official Discord. So, and they do. I'm pretty sure. Like I said, to be fair, I'm pretty sure they do read all that and stuff. So, you know, obviously they don't act on everything, but I think that they do read all that stuff pretty much. So. I kind of want the shrine to be turned the other way. It's like facing the wrong way. There we go. Oh. Oh boy. Well, here we go. Oh, here we go again. Here we go again, boys. Up, 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 up. Yep. Oh boy, oh boy. What's up, pew pew? Pew pew your face! How we doing? Hoping they change AI to attack the manor rather than having to defend a claim on a random patch of land far away. That is something that I could not agree with more. Yeah, the battlefield mechanics are very odd. 100%, guys. I mean, if you watch the Restoring the Peace challenging series, you probably heard me at some point I mentioned about it, and I think I've mentioned, like, you know, in some of the live streams and stuff too, and I was thinking about adding it to the to the update article video or whatever, but I feel like I already said enough. But anyways, during the recording that, I honestly, guys, I had to restart the recording, like, I don't even, like, the first part one, I think I restarted two times, and then part two I restarted like 3 times because it was just so buggy and so ridiculous with that whole battlefield location mechanic. And then just, you know, I'm sure, I know some of you have experienced this, but if you haven't, it's like really finicky with, like, if you don't have every single one of your troops in the battlefield location, like, I don't know, when the Baron's troops or the enemy troops move in and register or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but you can just lose the battle out of nowhere for, like, no reason at all. And, you know, that happened to me, like, several times when I was, like, you know, like an hour plus into the recording or whatever, and it already made, like, really good progress, and then be like, all right, we're here at the battle, and then, like, all right, here we go, and then it was just like battle lost, you know. And it's just like, dude, what the heck, you know what I mean, like that. And then some of the stuff we had issues last week as well with not necessarily the battlefield location, but like with the castle, with like units were just getting like bugged on the castle, and then we had to like reload, and then the raiders were like stuck out in the field and they wouldn't move to our town, so we couldn't use the castle. But, you know, to piggyback on your point about, that's another frequent comment, right? Like a lot of the videos that I have about like castle building and stuff, you know, half the comments are like, well, why would I build a castle? It's useless, you know what I mean? And I'm kind of like, well, you know, fair point, you know. So yeah, I mean, that, yeah, absolutely. Hey buddy, what's up, Dave? I'm sorry if I'm behind on reading messages here. It's pretty active this morning. I really appreciate you guys all being here. Hey buddy, I love the updating communication is often and positive. Yeah, for sure. The part that annoys you is that when there was promises and commitment on specific projects, and then they just changed their mind. Yeah, dude, 100%, right? Yeah, and that's kind of the gist of, you know, of the point that I ultimately was making there in the video, and so I couldn't agree more. 100%, dude. Yeah, so. And, you know, and once again, I don't, you know, none of this is set in stone. It's not like it's not like he said these are the updates that are coming, and you know, get ready for it. You know, they did say that they were proposed changes that they're working with right now. So who knows? Maybe they won't end up implementing that. You know, as we mentioned earlier, they did say, and at the end of the article, they're looking for our feedback, right? So yeah, once again, I would highly encourage you guys go into the Discord. I've been in the Discord for about 2 years now. I've submitted dozens of bug reports and feedback for suggestions and all kinds of stuff. So you know, at the end of the day, that's kind of the best way for us to that is the official way to give the feedback. So they did ask for the feedback, so I would definitely encourage you guys to go to the Discord and in the official Manor Lords Discord, not our Discord, and or feel free to give your opinion in our Discord too. But I mean, if you want the devs and the team to see it, go to the official Manor Lords Discord. Definitely pop an article into one of they have a feedback section in there, and yeah, let them know what you think. Because yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah, would love to see some of these systems that and the examples keep flowing in too. Just what I talked about in the video is just kind of the tip of the iceberg. To not delete any bridges that crashes the game. Yeah, that JV I think was saying, J Voodoo was saying that earlier, I believe, or Bath, someone was saying that earlier. Sorry. Yeah, year 4 they came with. So in year 4 they had 2 spearmen and 3 mercenary. Oh wow! So they had a pretty significant army attacking you by year 4. The AI aggressive. So we'll see as we progress here. We're heading into we're gonna be heading into year 3. So we'll see. We'll have to get a decent army going here in that case, huh? Baron also launched his first claim on year 4. Wow. Okay. I don't have the Baron active on this one, so it'll just be the AI. But yeah, I'm very interested to see how that goes. Okay. Football team nearby. What's up, Mega Mac? Welcome back, dude. Hit up Mega Mac for your High Peaks t-shirts, guys. All right, so we got these houses put in over here. We got more housing space. That's cool. Just we're gonna add extensions to all of those, but we'll get that going. But like I said, now that we have more people moving in, let's go ahead and get a Bowyer's workshop so we can get some archer militia prepared. And then we're also gonna get, once they're done with that, then we're gonna get the manor started. And I don't know, I was thinking about like it would be cool, like this, for more of a long term, I want to like claim the neighboring region over here, and I feel like it would be, the ultimate epic would be to claim the neighboring region and put like a badass castle up on the ridge right here that's kind of like overlooking the main town down here or whatever. That's kind of my ultimate goal. But as far as for this region, I don't think we'll end up putting like a castle or anything, but just for the manor, maybe we could put like just some wooden walls or something, I don't know, just for aesthetics. But I'll have to think about maybe, off to the side over here, or potentially over on this side, maybe, you know what I mean? Like start utilizing more of this area and put the manor back over here is what I was thinking about. And maybe if we clear out some of these trees here, I was thinking maybe like down this kind of middle road area potentially. You know what I mean? So I'll have to think about where we'll put the manor. But that's kind of what I was thinking about as far as the layout. But anyways, we got the bows coming in, more housing, more people moving in. We got more comments to go through, guys. I'm catching up, sorry. Should we all turn off auto downloads from Steam and play? Yeah, exactly. No betas. Just keep Voxland as long as we can, lads. we're clawing on for dear life. That's funny. Sticking with what you got. That's right. Bath, typical Bath, always taking the easy way out, huh? Always copping out with the easy route. Gosh, this guy, I tell you, huh? Just like when he was captain of the retinue. He's just in the back, letting everyone else do all the hard work. It wouldn't be Wouldn't be a Koval stream if we didn't have a little comic relief from our neighborhood-friendly Baff, aka our unofficial mascot, Kristoff 2.0. If you know, you know. Alright, Warbles are coming. Gonna put in, we're just gonna get these all filled up with extensions, so that's all done. And then Manor's coming. Yeah, apiaries make a lot of money with that perk, 100%, yeah, for sure. And so we talked about that in the economy guide, which once again has a time limit on it. So enjoy the information from the economy guide while you can, guys. But also we utilized it in the Restoring the Peace Challenging series. We used the apiaries for some good profits in our main region with the Vogclan perk, and also I feel like it's also a great way to kind of somewhat counteract, as of course you guys all know, we have a negative to the efficiency of our vegetable gardens. But see, now here in this region we have a very low meadow affinity, right? So we're not going to get much like passively from pollination perk or whatever. But if you have a decent meadow environment, then first of all, that can somewhat counteract it. But then if you add 5 apiaries, then that counteracts a portion of the negative from the Vogclan perks here. So like if we go over the tooltip here, you can see like there's the negative from the Vogclan perk. We have like a very small increase from the natural affinity, like we just saw. There's a super small portion of meadow environment here. But if we build 5 apiaries, then that'll give us another, is it 10%, I believe, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I think it's 10%. So, you know, like I said, this region has like pretty much like next to no affinity for the pollination, but if you have like a decent pollination affinity and then you add 5 apiaries, it'll pretty much counteract the negative from the Vogclan perk, which is also really nice. So you get several benefits from using the apiaries, and then of course, like you said, the trade values go up like crazy. Honey is worth 6 to export, and wax is worth 9. You know, the production rates on the apiaries aren't like super amazing and fast, but it's definitely really, really good in a lot of ways. Yeah. Grow apes, that's right. Is that the new shirt? Is that going to be the new t-shirt? The anger is the village green. Dorf is the village in German. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Hi, what's up? H1. The village green has kind of the shape of an eye. Interesting. Dude, post some, yeah, share some of that if you can. Yeah, because I want to check some of that out in the Discord if you can. Love to see it. What's up, Martin? How we doing? Good morning. The ox stepped in the other ox's grave. Dude, they were, I don't know why they were going through the water instead of using the bridge, so. Yeah, they should rework the collision. Honestly, yeah, there's so many collision issues, which, to be fair, I can tell you from my own experience working in Unreal Engine, collision issues in Unreal Engine are like, I swear to you guys, like, at least half the time whenever I have a big issue, like working on, you know, my own projects or whatever, and I can't figure out what's the issue, I always remind myself, it's, when in doubt, it's probably a collision issue. And lo and behold, like I said, majority of the time it ends up being a collision issue. So I will say, yeah, like, you know, in that perspective, yeah, like collision issues just kind of suck in Unreal Engine, but they definitely need to, you know, that being said, they need to figure it out. So, all right, I think I'm gonna see if we can replace this road. There we go. All right, there we go. So if we have the road cut off about right here, I'm thinking that'll be, I think we'll put the manor up here, you know what I mean? Yeah, kind of like a prominent spot on the extension area over here. Let's see, where's the end of the road? Right here. Okay, we'll extend this out a little bit. Okay, and then we'll line this up. There we go. All right, cool. So I think the manor will be cool to have, like right here, and then we can maybe put some like little like wooden fencing around it or whatever, and maybe add some buildings in this little area and stuff. Have a little, you know, little manor area over here. So we'll get that going. Just for the meantime, we just need a manor in general, so we can start getting like tax revenue and stuff. So we'll get that going. And we're heading into winter, so it's a good time to get that construction task done because it has a lot of labor requirements with all those materials. Is not having all manors and retinue up the reason you can't add new units? So yes and no, depending on what you mean by units. But as far as militias, so adding any militia, any one of these, I believe, and once again, BAF or JV or someone correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think it used to be 6 was the cap, but now it's 5. It's 5, or I believe it's 5 or 6. Like, so you can only have 5 or 6 total militias, and that's no matter how many regions you have. Like, if you go and take 3 more regions, you can still only have 5 or 6 militias. But retinues, you can have 1 per region, so or one per manor, right? And it's 1 manor per region, so 1 retinue per manor, which is 1 per region. So that you can infinitely, as many regions as you can get, you can have that many retinues. And then mercenaries are also infinite for however many you can access and pay for. But the militia have a cap, if that's what you're asking about. Let me know if that's if you were asking about something else and I was misunderstanding. Let me know. Baff. He's our man. He can't do it. Surely can. Oh, that's right. Oh boy. Have I tried using armor perk that increases mine integrity?
Feast your eyes. You'll not find finer wares anywhere else.
Sorry, we had to have a break there for our resident marketplace workers to advertise their goods. Yeah, I think we have tried it. I haven't really personally like maximized the use of it yet. I think we tried it on a salt deposit in one of the playthroughs, but
Step right up and
yeah,
sample.
no, that seems like a pretty good option too. I would say definitely like if you have a iron, which I think. Oh yeah, matter of fact, look, we do have a. I forgot about that. There's a rich iron in this region too. There's rich hunting and rich iron. I forgot to show you guys what's the resources. But yeah, so we do have a rich iron here. So we are producing. Right now, I think I'm just producing a bunch of tools. Yeah, I think right now I'm just producing a bunch of slabs and tools. Actually, we had stopped producing tools, so we can actually start selling more tools again. Because that's another thing. Once again, with the Vogtland perk, tools are crazy profitable. So maybe we'll just I don't even need that much. We'll just sell. We'll sell tools here for now. But soon we'll get like a blacksmith and start producing some of our own like military equipment and stuff like that. Or armor, you know, whatever else, all that. So yeah. Is that... You have reasons yet to build a manor. You want to replace archers with crossbows. Oh, I see. So like if you wanted to... I think you just click it and then you just go remove unit and then you can add a different militia or whatever, right? So now, like for example there, we just switched our people now to like a archer militia since we're producing the warbows. I'm not sure if sorry for still misunderstanding, but I think that's what you're talking about, right? But if you don't, if you already have the cap, then you'll need to, if you want to switch anything, then you'll need to disband one of the militias before you are able to make a new one. Then in that case, 2% times 5 for for the apiaries cap 10%. Yeah, okay. When you have more than one region, you can't have more than 6 militia units. There you go. Okay. So six militias total. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, let's see. Right. Yeah. You just have to build the first 5 houses to be able to build a manor. Right. Yeah. So if you guys watch the challenging series for restoring the peace, we did like, I took the first region that we took. We did a bit more infrastructure. We had like some really strong like food production focus going on there and stuff, as well as a manor and upgraded church and whatever else. But then we ended up taking or settling another one of the regions that we took, a third one. And in that region, I like literally only cared about putting in a church, upgrading it, and then putting in another manor to be able to have another retinue and to get more influence. So, that's always an option too. And I think I believe I went up to 10 total families in that third region. So it's just like an extremely small basic town that basically just served the purpose of expanding the influence and the military capabilities with the retinue. So that's always an option I would definitely recommend. If you guys haven't checked that out, definitely check that out. That one we had a lot of fun with the other than the bugs, which did not end up in the video. The video ended up really great, but that was a great playthrough. So we got our manor coming in over here still, guys. Oh yeah. Oh, nice, making good progress. Well, that looks kind of cool with this in the snowy tree area.
Melts in your mouth. Come and see for yourself.
Come and see for yourself. According to Copilot, it's a bug. Yeah, true. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I don't think Greg even knows what's a bug. Who knows if AI knows? Your mind, most Smarties, you got minor trade items will often get the double red down.
Anywhere else.
Yeah. So right. So to clarify what I think Smarties is talking about. So when you get, and I think we have an example of it here. We have. So these double down arrows here, so we have over market saturation on planks, for example. And we, as you guys saw, we were selling planks, but also the AI is probably selling planks as well, and they probably flooded the market with planks as well. So to my point here is that it's global, right? Like this market saturation thing is global. So if you have multiple regions, or if there's other AI factions on the map or whatever it is, it affects globally. That being said, we're not actually seeing a decrease here because we have the Vogtland perk, and as I've explained, in this case, like this has a base price of 1, so the floor of this value is 1, so it can't go lower than 1, even though it's 2 because we have the perk, but technically it can't go lower than what it is because it's at its lowest point. So that is one of the nice things with the Vogtland perk too, as far as like at least for things that are 1 and go to 2, then you're not going to see any price decrease. But yeah, it is definitely to answer your question, Smarties. Yeah, I would say in that case, yeah, you just have to either wait it out or try to sell like a different variety of that, like turn that material into something else or whatever, or just accept the lower price and just sell it, because it depends on what situation you're in. Because like in this case, like with the other AI on the map, I don't think that there's really a potential of us waiting out this saturation, for example. You know what I mean? Because I think the AI is just going to keep selling planks. So I don't think that we would be able to wait out a reset in that case. So I'm not really sure exactly, you know what I mean? Like, so in that situation, so it kind of depends on what setup you're in. If you're just on the map by yourself and you're the only one affecting the market saturation, and you're just talking about, resetting it between multiple regions, then I would say, yeah, definitely, if you just kind of let it chill for a little bit, then it should reset. But yeah. Oh, okay. For a brief time, it was 5. Okay, gotcha. All right. Yeah, that sounds about right. You're replacing archers with crossbows. You can only delete them, not add anything new. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing too, Bert. There's a hype. I mean, there's definitely possible that it could just be a bug, right? I mean, jeez. It's hard to say in that regard, yeah. But if you tried everything that we just showed and talked about, then yeah, unfortunately, it might be just a bug situation at that point. Is this a cheat strat to unassign your militia so you can spawn them in other regions, thereby skirting the militia limits? Whoa, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. That's that. I don't know. That's an interesting one. I definitely not in the regard that you brought up here, but I have definitely heard Info Mole Rat talk about how sometimes he'll utilize like rallying up militias as a tool, like a technique to like move massive amounts of peasants. For example, like when he has a large scale farming operation, he'll like rally up them as militia towards the field areas, and then he'll disband them in the fields. So it's like all those villagers already mass moved over there and stuff. So I have heard of like some techniques like in that regard, but I haven't really thought about it in the sense that you talked about, Smarties. That sounds pretty crazy. I'm sure it would probably be considered a cheese in that sense, but yeah. We'll put a little tax here because we're about to roll over into January, and we got upcoming raids, so we'll get a little treasury going here. And then we also have some spear militia, some archers, and we got a starting retinue, so we'll be able to be ready for some raiders here, I think. But town's looking good, and I think, I don't know, some of these trees kind of look cool over here, but I think we want to clear out some of them too, because I feel like maybe, like I said, it'll be cool to add like a like a water well and maybe like a couple things within like this manor area, so we can set up maybe a cool little something here, you know what I mean? But we'll probably want to tear down some of these trees, of course. But we'll maybe take a look at the design, how it's looking first. See if maybe we can fit this in. And sorry, I'm going to keep up with all your guys' comments and everything. I appreciate all the appreciate all you guys. Just want to make sure we're not forgetting about our town here. All right, so we'll put like a water well here, and then maybe, I don't know, a couple other somethings, like a hitching post maybe. Gotta have our royal hitching post. Get a couple things going over here, and then we'll, like I said, maybe add some like wooden walls around here or something to make it like a, like a nice area. Maybe like this, some of these trees I feel like in this the front yard area over here need to be cut down. But not all of them, not yet. Alright, there we go. Starting to get a little better idea of what it'll look like. Alright guys, let's see. Any thoughts on, sorry Battle Burrito, I'm forgetting too, you asked in the beginning about tips on expanding regions. I'll answer that question too. We do have some, I have done that a lot in videos, and we've talked about that here and there and whatnot, but we can definitely circle back to that a bit as well. Any thoughts on if the devs decide to update the settlement system to allow for resetting in failed regions? That's a good question. Yeah, so I think that there's like two situations that are involved there. So one is like if you start your own region and for whatever reason, you get overwhelmed because you got the main region going on and there's too much things going on, and you get sidetracked in your expansion region, people start getting starving and dying or whatever it is, right? If you just happen to mess up, make a mistake, and your expansion region fails, or if you take an AI region, this is definitely one that I've seen happening quite frequently too, and a lot of comments about, if you take an AI region and after they've been like raided, or they don't have the infrastructure to defend themselves right after you take it or whatever it is, and then that settlement, like, you can't rebuild it, like if all that stuff, it's just like ends up getting burnt down or whatever, then it's like the region is like useless and you can't like reset it up or anything. So I would imagine, hopefully, yeah, hopefully they are setting up some sort of system where you can like abandon a region, and in that case I would assume it would probably be fair that it would, like, you know, the region would return to a neutral state and you need to like repress claim on it with influence or whatever, right? But yeah, I would imagine, hopefully, but you know, once again, that's just speculation. Delete units and attempt to add. Normally it should work, but if it doesn't, I think it's a bug. Yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure, I haven't tried that. Yeah, that's a crazy idea. Manners have nothing to do with being able to recruit militia. Yeah, that's true too. So yeah, in that case, yeah, to talk about that question you had, yeah, I'm not really sure what would be preventing you from making more militia in that case, other than if you were at the cap. In that case, I don't know, it might just be a bug, right? Make sure the top UI switch to the correct region. Yeah, that's true as well. Sometimes this regional, if you're like looking at a different region and you come back to your main region, then it doesn't register that you've returned or whatever. Yeah, that's a good point too, Ned. Yeah, could definitely just be a bug, yeah. Check how far the AI region has come. Definitely. Here, we'll go ahead and check out what's going on with our AI neighbor. So yeah, they're looking good. I don't think there's any way for us to like see their like resources or economy or anything, right? But yeah, I mean, they got some strong house. They got a bunch of backyard extensions with veggie plots and some orchards. I'm sure they're doing good trade already. They've got, you know, church. They've got a rich clay over here that I'm sure they're selling a bunch of stuff. Charcoal. Bunch of housing. They got a clay furnace right here. They're probably selling roof tiles, making bank. Yeah, so we'll see. I'm definitely intrigued to see. We'll speed up the process here a little bit once we get these bandits down and start getting more infrastructure set up, and definitely see what happens as we go into year 4. I think I'm just about caught up finally with comments for now. Yeah, 2 regions on opposite sides of the map. Raiders would attack either region, and you couldn't get a. Yeah, that's another crazy problem too, right? Yeah, and I think Baff, you kind of mentioned something similar in one of your comments about how you, regarding to like you had to go out some random far away to get the battlefield location, and then there was a raid on your town and they burnt some of the buildings before you were able to get back, and yada yada. It's like that situation's a little crazy too. That's definitely, I feel like that also kind of circles back to what we were talking about earlier, where, you know, it'd be great if there was a system where, like, you know, that should be the point of like, oh, I have a castle in my home region, so like if a raid comes, I should be good, right? Even if majority of my army's like out in the field, you know, still should be defensible. But yeah, they kind of will just ignore that for the time. Keep an eye on the coming raid. 30 days. That's right. All right, we're locked in, guys. No, we got 50 days. But we taxed a little bit. We got some spearmen. We got some archers. A little bit of retinue coming in. So we're gonna move forward here with the, you know, continuing our setup here. Just keep. We'll add a few more houses along this river walk over here. Boom. Okay, and we're just adding some cool little buildings for our manor area over here. What else should we put next to the manor? What's like a cool looking building? What do you guys usually put next to your manors? I know a lot of you guys have some pretty cool setups. Oh, maybe a pack station could be kind of cool. Or just like a non-functional like stonemason station or something. I don't know. Just to kind of look cool. What should we put here? You guys have any cool ideas? And then we'll probably, like I said, just do like a maybe like a wooden wall setup, just to have like a, you know, a little VIP area set up. Maybe I should just add the gates by themselves and then connect. Yeah, like this or something. And then connect these. Which I think some of you had suggested when we were working on the castle from last time. Bit of a better way to better way to do that. Cool. So yeah, something like that, right? Oops. Whoops. Dang it. Did not mean to connect those. It's okay. We'll... remove. Whoops, didn't mean to remove the road. Sorry. Just, didn't mean for that to happen. Okay, there we go. Put our road back. And that's a little close, maybe like right here. Boom. And then we'll connect it over here. I was on the struggle bus on that one. Alright, that's cool. We'll go with that. We'll finish the back area over here in a bit. Maybe we'll add some other stuff over there or something. Let me know if you guys have any cool ideas though for some other like buildings to add in here or whatever. But we'll, since we, or maybe we can't now. Is that, I don't know, because we already made that area is now like part of the manor. I guess we can't now already, right? But we already added a couple things at least. Whatever. We're just experimenting, I guess. I think that's how it works though, right? If it's in the, like, there's the lines where it shows like this is like the area that you've, within the manor area, now you can't build in there, even if it's not like closed off. So we probably can't build anything in here now. Maybe I should have placed something there already. Oh well. We got this tree right here. This is now the official tree. Oh, chat got hung up. Let's see. Refresh. Oh, dang, I missed, got hung up for a little bit there. Okay. You would sign from safe region, okay. Wild Shiny, what's up? Does the on-screen AI get any cheats? As far as I know, they don't, but I'm not sure. Who knows if that's actually true or not. Supposedly they do not. Supposedly they have the same conditions that we do, but I'm not really for sure on that. But yeah, I mean, they're really good. You know, they see every time I've taken an AI region, they seem to have a lot of regional wealth. Even worse, Battlefield was some way away. You got to go to there to prepare. Baron's big army comes to your region. Holy, that's crazy. Smithy, stables, and well. Oh, okay. You put a smithy in there. Oh, really? This one? Okay. Well, maybe since we didn't go too far, we can add some stuff in the back area over here. I probably should have added something in this section right here before we committed there, but it's okay. At least we got a water well and stuff. I probably should have upgraded it too to make it look cooler. Oh well. It's just a humble manor, you know. What's up, True Blue? You've been thinking for a while that VOD trade bonus needed nerf. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a fair, that's totally fair. I would agree that, the VOD perk is definitely like the meta, you know what I mean? It's definitely the most powerful option available, which we've talked about a few times. So yeah, that is a fair, that they definitely could probably nerf that a little bit, but yeah. They're doing a lot more than that. Upgraded. You like to put an upgraded storehouse, a stable, a well, just for aesthetics. Okay, well we got a stable and a well. I don't know if we'll be able to upgrade them now. Although Bath, I know you were saying that you did have some. You had built a castle the other day, that you were able to control stuff from within the that was within the castle, right? They realized no incentive to upgrade the houses, so you can trade your way to win. Yeah. Yep. It's a trap! Yeah, that's right. Don't volunteer for anything.
Keep your half warm.
Was it you that drained the pool? It was him. Yeah, it was him. We all saw it. We all saw it. We were there. We saw what happened. Yeah, he was stuck on the ramparts. He got yeah, he got cemented in with
These things do happen from time
the
to
triangle tile town. Oh, nice, cool. Manor needs a flower garden. Yeah, it would be. I would love to see. And to be fair, I guess you can add like fields. You know what I mean, and just kind of like
it was simply a
put,
bad batch. These things do happen from time to
just
time.
plant like flax or whatever on them, and it
Don't be shy.
could look nice. But that would be great too. That's another suggestion that I remember putting into the Manor Lords Discord from like day one, was like, yo, let's I hope that not every single building and structure in the game needs to be, like a functional building. It would be really cool. I'd love to see like a selection of purely just aesthetic buildings, you know what I mean, or gardens or whatever it is, you know what I mean, like that. I think that would be so cool. You were able to assign workers at the smithy within the castle, but only after the castle was finished. Okay, interesting. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that turns out.
Step right up and sample.
We've got an unfinished setup. We can maybe add more stuff in the back area over here. But
Poor quality, he said.
another cool little. You can also use the fields, for example. You can also. This is kind of a nice little touch that we can check out here real quick. You can kind of just put like a little strip of field, somewhat similar in similar fashion to how we would do a little strip of pasture space for the sheep. Something, just like a thin little thing, like right along the edge of the road. Something like that. And of course, we can't really tell too much right now with the snow. But even if you just put like a field like this, and you just like have it as fallow or whatever, it does kind of put like a nice little, bushy, I don't know, kind of aesthetic thing. We'll be able to see it better when the snow goes away, of course. And you could like just plant this with, like I said, flax or whatever, and it does look pretty nice. That's not obviously not necessarily a making a garden or whatever, but it is kind of a cool option. When the snow clears up, we'll take a look at it. All right, raiders are coming in 18 days, so let's take a look at. Maybe let's get these like cheap guys here, just to supplement with our own units that we have, just to make sure that there's no problems and we don't lose too many people or whatever. Cool. You think having some non-functional purely for immersion NPCs in the buildings? Yeah, that too. Yeah, like just similar with having like structures or buildings or whatever that are just aesthetic. Same thing with like some units or whatever around the town. I agree. Absolutely. All right. So raiders are coming. Manor's getting upgraded aesthetically. Okay, our bandits are here. Okay, 15 days. So we'll, like I said, we'll just use the bandits on top of, you know, we'll supplement with our own, some of our own units, and that way we hopefully won't have too many deaths or anything like that. Rather lose the lives of these guys. You're not done building your castle, but you do have a smithy in there. Excited to see if it works. Yeah, I know, right? When Bap said that, I was like, whoa, really? That's crazy. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens here. I'm hoping we can still... I doubt we'll be able to place anything here. But I'm hoping we can still upgrade... I'd like to upgrade the water well to a stone well and upgrade the stable, or the hitching post to a stable. We'll see if we can do that. What's going on with our stone well over here? Oh, that's right, because we have this construction project going on, so that's probably going to take ages. So they're not going to do anything else. All right, the snow's going away. Yeah, so you'll get an idea here of what I was talking about with this like little field strips or whatever. Aesthetic. Raids coming in 1 week. We're ready though. You want to be able to eat the mules, or oh yeah, you like sacrifice your livestock if you want to. Yeah, sure. Since they won't give it, I know that's the other thing too, right? Cows. Yeah, that's another one that I've seen. I thought about mentioning that in the in the article review video as well. Cows is definitely another big one that has been brought up many times, which I definitely agree.
Keep your half warm.
Did see someone using the well in the castle. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think, like, if there's buildings that are there, like, something like that, like the well or, like, a storage building, and it's just there, then they'll use it. But can we do anything? Like, can we, you know, access these buildings? That's the real question, huh? We'll see. Alright, these raiders are coming, guys. We're ready. Pretty much. We'll see what happens. There's the interesting thing, too. This is another one of those kind of silly, buggy things. But, and particularly, you know, in this map specifically on the high peaks, raiders and, you know, if there's the barons attacking or whatever it is, enemy units spawning into the map, basically, they can only come from the top or the bottom. They can't come from the sides because it's like a, you know, a valley. It's cliff sides or whatever. So sometime, and I think it's like random. I'm not really sure if there's any rhyme or reason as to like what side or where they spawn on in that regard. But there's definitely a possibility that like they could just spawn down here and then they'll like run into the enemy AI's town and just like attack them, and then they won't even attack us. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. Or the other thing is they might just spawn right over here and pretty much just be like right on top of our town. So that's another kind of, you know, silly, buggy behavior. But even on other maps, you know, the similar thing can happen. Of course, if it's not a valley like in High Peaks, then might be different, like pathing in that regard. But Band of Raiders, seen near Altbrook. So I don't know. Maybe they are. Oh yeah, okay. Looks like they're over here. So they are in our region. So that's cool. So we'll battle them. Let's rally up. Dun, 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 dun. Smash them and chop them. Here we go, boys. That's my, the brigands, they have my favorite voice lines. Here we go, boys. Alright, let's do this. We gotta defend. Defend the region, lads. It's time for war! Blast them. Get them, archers. Hit him with a side flank right here. Oh yeah, baby. And they're still getting blasted from our archers. Adios. Right, the other ones are coming in. Start shooting them. There we go. Rip their ends off. You guys ever heard Jeff Goldblum as a brigand? Once in a lifetime opportunity here. You only get that kind of content here on this channel, guys. There we go. Here we go, boys. Cool. And looks like they're attacking the brigands too. We haven't lost any of our own militia units, which is great. Oh yeah, nice. Now we got over here. Easy. They're done for. There we go. Yeah. That's right. Flee. Flee back to the hills. Don't come back. Nice. Good job, lads. Alright, we'll get them back to work. And we're done paying these guys. We'll let them go. Alright, cool. Easy little defense there. That was cool. But yeah, see, here's the little... See what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily, like, extremely aesthetic, but it is kind of nice, you know, if you put these little strips of the little field area right here. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then, like I said, you could... You know, like we could, I mean, we can't do it without, you need to build a farmhouse. But, yeah, you could, like, build a farmhouse and, like, have them plant flax or whatever. And, you know, the flax looks pretty nice, particularly. It has, like, a nice blue color to the plants and stuff. But, you know, even just without anything in it, I mean, that's already kind of nice. Maybe it's even, like, we could try to make it even a little bit skinnier. You know what I mean? So it's really just kind of, like, getting the effect of the, Oh, dang, now it doesn't want to hug the road, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. Something like that, maybe. Oh, yeah, cool. See, there we go. See, now, that's a better effect. So you don't have, like, so much of the dirt or whatever. And see, we just kind of have, like, the plants right up against the road or whatever. See, so that's, like, a really not a bad... It's not a bad... like, you know, something that you can do just with the tools that we have right now. At least it's something, you know what I mean? But yeah, I really hope that they add, like, gardens and stuff. But I think it's cool if you, some of your main, you know, transition pathways or whatever, if you put, like, the little garden strips or the field strips up next to them or something. It's kind of a decent little aesthetic, you know? So, you know, we could like mess around with like adding a few more right here. See, it starts to look kind of cool. Little like nature pathway, you know. So, anyways, we can mess around a little more with that. Our manor is coming along, almost done. Okay. Yeah, let's see. I got you guys. Let's see. Catching up here again. They should move the options like veggies and orchards to level 2 plots. What do you think? Yeah, no, that's a decent suggestion too. Honestly, AJ, yeah, because you know, that could play into the whole, you know, like they mentioned with like moving some of the artisan workshops up a tier to the new like tier that's being added or whatever. I could definitely see that being a reasonable suggestion to add the to have the veggies and orchards at a higher tier, or maybe a system. I just thought of this, honestly. I think that this could be really cool too. Maybe a system where it's like you can only expand the backyard area or like plant the backyard area so like big. What's the wording I'm trying to come up with here? This is why I write scripts, because I'm horrible with this kind of like putting sentences together. Making words is hard. But yeah, the geez, I'm in shambles right now. But yeah, it would like, you know, this kind of the scaling system with like the price of the plot, but like tied to the level of the house, if that makes sense, right? So like if your house is like level 1, then you can only add like a smaller backyard. If you upgrade the house to level 2, then you could make the backyard, like you could plant more bigger scale veggies or whatever, something like that. Anyways, that was a my brain was in shambles there for a second, sorry. Alright, looks like we cannot click on... Dang, so we can't click on any of this stuff, unfortunately. But I'm sure they'll still use the well. I'm sure if we imported a... like, if we go to the thing and import another horse, I think the horse will go to this stable, or hitching post, so that's kind of cool. But we could maybe add a couple more things, like in the behind the manor back here. But it's starting to look kind of cool. We can see the effect coming together here, right? Little manor area. We got the... I mean, that's kind of looking nice already. Oh, especially with the rain. I mean, that's kind of looking pretty cool already, right? You don't know if you were just making shoes just yet. You have them now, though. Good. That's good. You like that the retinue helps building the castle if they're now out in the field. Yeah, absolutely. They gotta get to work and doing something. Paying for them. Premium price. Unless Baff is in the retinue, he's... I don't know. We can probably assume he's not going to help with construction tasks. That's like way below his pay grade, you know? You can, of course, set down 2 fields either side of a road with a small gap, and then use foresters to plant trees in the gaps to make a tree-lined avenue. Yeah, see, little techniques like that are great, you know what I mean? See, but that's kind of more just like, we're kind of stretching the, you know, the tools that are in the game right now that aren't necessarily meant for that. It would be great if they, you know, actually add some aesthetic specific stuff. But yeah, no, that's another great suggestion. I absolutely, and you know, I know you've been loving Farthest Frontier lately too. I do very similar stuff in Farthest Frontier as well, Baff. I'm sure you do as well. Although there are, you know, as you know, there's more like aesthetic options in Manor Lords because the whole desirability mechanic is a big thing in that game. But anyways, I digress. Does sound lush. Seems they do want to delay us by moving some artisans to tier 2.5. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so he definitely had the pointy shoes. Pointy shoe enjoyer. Update dropped or coming soon. Coming soon. Coming soon, yeah. So if you check out in the pinned message in the chat here, I posted a video that went live overnight that reviews the update article. And once again, just to be clear, it's not an update that's out right now or anything. It's just an article from the development team giving us insight onto their plans and what they've been working on and what is going to be the next patch and stuff. And then I give more of my opinion and perspective on that, which we talked about a little bit earlier too. But I have a whole breakdown in the video there, so definitely check that out if you haven't. And I'd love to hear your opinion and thoughts on it as well, either here in the chat or in the comments over there or whatever. 10 out of 10 militia voice. You like the brigand voice. Be a proper American mate and turn on friendly fire. I know. Is that a thing? Can we? Is there an option to turn on friendly fire here? I don't think there is. You must be joking. But yeah, I wish I would if I could. That'd be good. Also, like 2 families in a single plot. Yeah. Oh, that is something that I kind of I glossed over. I didn't even really mention at all. But it is stated very clearly in the update article. But the maximum amount of residents that you'll be able to get in any plot now is 3. So that also, you know, to tie into, I know it's also a kind of a common question that people ask about, should I build a single size plot or a double size plot? So that's just going to be another thing to take into consideration as far as like, if you build a double plot, for right now, as we've talked about many times, I think kind of the main reason, the main incentive to build a double plot is that you end up getting 4 total families living on that double plot that can work, you know, like a large veggie garden or something like that. So moving forward, it's going to be 3 total families will be the max, right? I think is what they said in the article there. So, I think if you put a double plot and then you add a housing extension, it basically the housing extension, instead of doubling the current amount, just adds +1 no matter what it is, right? So if you have a single house and you add an extension, so 1 + 1, and it'll go to 2. If you have a double house and you add an extension, then it'll go 2 + 1, so it goes to 3. So that's the new, or going to be the new ordeal with that, just so you guys know. Clear out a couple more of these trees that are right outside the manor. And then, yeah, we'll see about adding some more stuff in the back of the manor here. Maybe we'll add a couple, a smithy or something. No, you guys said you mentioned like a storehouse, a smithy, maybe a, I feel like the stonemason station looks kind of cool. Whoops. Smithy's pretty big. Although it does kind of... Smithy does look kind of cool. I think I'm going to go with the stonemason station. Is that cool right here? I feel like that'll be cool. I'm doing it. Just another little piece to the puzzle over here for the vibe. And like I said, I would assume, I don't know if that horse is here yet, but when the horse gets here, I would assume it will go, because this is the only other hitching post that we have for it. So I would assume it'll go over there. Hopefully. And okay, cool. Sorry, getting a little zoned in here on the setup, but yeah, like I said, we're trying to embrace the aesthetic, so that's definitely looking cool. I'm also going to upgrade a few of these houses that are over here in case we want to add more artisan workshops. Also, I'm thinking, like I said, we do want to get... I'm just going to go ahead and add a blacksmith here, but we want to add more... We have this rich iron node, so we'll just, you know, make more use of our iron. But right now we are selling a bunch of tools, of course, which are going to get us really strong profits because they're selling for high amount right now with our Vogtland perk, and we're just cranking them out. All right. Seems like more betas are coming. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be whatever, you know, ends up being the update if they move forward with this whole merchant system or whatever it is. I'm sure it will go to beta, I'm sure, before, you know, similar to what we experienced with the recent patches, right? Yeah, the burgage plots are going to be more interesting. I think it, like I said in the video too, I think the changes with the burgage plot, I think that's a really good, I think that's great, definitely. I think that's a really nice, like, very reasonable change. It makes sense. It's not like completely changing anything. Rather, I think it's just kind of, it's, you know, expanding on the system that they already have and making it, you know, better and more, you know, balanced and all that kind of stuff. I think pretty much everything they talked about with the housing portion was like really good stuff, you know what I mean? Love to see retinue training. Oh yeah, that's a cool idea. Yeah. I mean, people do hang out in the manor. I'm not sure if the retinue specifically does, or excuse me, at the tavern. We can get some ale going here too, and get some people, or get a tavern and whatever. I figure we could also maybe do just like a small, you know, just farm some we don't have good fertility, but you know, maybe like a little rye or something. You know what I mean? I mean, there's like a little patch over here. You know what I mean? So we could maybe get like a set up a little kind of farming thing too, which would also look aesthetically nice, and then just add another, you know, layer to our town here. But I think things are looking really cool as far. I really like the layout involving the kind of the river splitting everything. I think we do want to, I just want to clear out more of these trees here because I want to be able to see this part over here to be a little more like prominent, you know? I don't want to put a field and it makes the, like, kills all the grass and stuff, you know? Okay. Okay, starting to look pretty cool. We got the stonemason station in over here. And then we'll, I don't know if we want to add maybe one more thing or something, or keep it like that. I kind of want to keep it simple and humble. So maybe we'll just leave it at that and then wall off the back portion. Or, I don't know. We can think about maybe one more little thing. Maybe we could put like a shrine in here or something. Or another, what's another like small building that looks cool? Oven kind of looks, the communal oven? Maybe that's not a bad idea. Maybe we'll add an oven back here. And the wall's right over there. There we go. I think like that. Boom. All right, and then we'll put some rows to the back and then wall it off, and then our manor VIP section will be ready. There we go. That tree right there was killing me. Okay. All right. Starting to come together. Looking very nice. And we can also add more. I'm going to put someone back on the forager hut over here. We can also, like I said, we'll probably set up a farming section, but I want to just add more stuff on this other side of the town too. So what would be cool to add like next to this, like we got another residential area over here, manor and stuff. Maybe some farming will be like off in the distance, so we could add some more stuff like in this in-between area potentially. Think about what would be cool to add in there. I do like the idea though of seeing the retinue training in the yard. That's a really cool idea. And the tavern, we'll try to get, like I said, some ale and get a tavern set up here. Like I said, people definitely do go visit the tavern. I'm just not sure if the retinue in particular does, but you can turn on friendly fire for archers. Oh, is it just a setting when you rally them up? Is it one of the settings that's on the okay. Maybe I'll just do that next time. That peasant taking the shortcut walking through the river to avoid the bridge traffic. Yeah, that guy's a G. He doesn't abide by the rules. That's probably a Christoph. I didn't take the opportunity to check their name, but if we see someone mindlessly walking through the river trying to drown themselves instead of using the bridge, what are the chances that they're named Christoph? What do you guys think? Sounds good, Ned. Sounds good. Catch you in a bit. The peasant. Dude, these peasants they're wild, dude. Crazy idea. Build a burgage plot within the castle walls and upgrade it to smithy. I mean, that could be cool too. I don't know, like a burgage plot in there might be, I feel like it's too big though. it kind of detracts from like the manor. You know what I mean? The manor's really not that big because the houses are pretty large in comparison. But that's not a bad idea either, for sure. I know, like, Baff had shared that photo of his recent castle in the Discord he shared. He had some houses in there, but it was like a pretty large castle, but it did look really cool with the houses in there and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Got a tax office. Oh, true. That's right, Most Smarties. That's right. The tax office is the only cosmetic building. I think that's actually the only official cosmetic building in the game, right? That's true. We could add a tax building. Maybe we'll fill in this spot right here with the tax building. And yeah, our peasants. Who doesn't love a good tax building, huh? That's good stuff right there. I'm keeping my eye out here. I swear, this person who walks through the river, it's gonna be Kristoff. What do you guys bet? Crazy. Oh, sorry, I read that one. You've just gotten into Manor Lords. Hey, what's up, Kenny? Kenny Madsen, how we doing, dude? Just got into Manor Lords last couple of weeks. That's what's up. Still learning. Great to hear. Yeah. Well, you came to the right spot, Kenny. You know, feel free to let me know if you have any questions or anything like that. Happy to help as best as I can. But I also, you know, if you're able to, you know, spend a little time on the channel here, I got tons of guides and playthroughs and walkthroughs and all kinds of very helpful videos and content and stuff like that. So yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I try to be very active in the you know, comments, and we do these live streams every Sunday starting at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, which is about 2 hours ago at this point, every Sunday. And yeah, always happy to, if you have any questions or thoughts or whatever it is, feel free to shout it out. Welcome in. What's up, Miguel Cruz? Welcome in. Same to you, dude. What's up, guys? How we doing? Happy Sunday, everyone. Hope everybody has been having a good weekend and a good New Year so far, right? How's everyone? Has everyone any crazy 2026 stories already out there, or what? Hopefully everyone's having a good, you know, good start to the new year. Let's see. Clear out a few more of these trees. Oops. Missed. There we go. Okay. I want to get rid of this big tree right here. I think we can with the castle planner road tool. That's right. Hopefully. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, cool. Guess we can just leave a few of these trees, but we'll clear out most of them. There we go. Alright. Now, we can add this, first of all, we'll add the roads right here. Oh, if we can squeeze one in right here. Perfect. Okay. There we go. Get a little curve action going here. Curve around the back. Something like that. We don't want it to be like a perfect road, because these guys aren't that smart. I think that's kind of cool though. We got a nice little thing going on here. And then our tax office, cosmetic only. Oh, wait, what? You can't build the... Oh, that sucks. Even though the tax office is part of the castle planner thing, you also cannot build it within the area, huh? Oh, dang. I thought we would be able to put it here since it's part of the castle planner. Oh well, not the end of the world. We could put like the garrison tower right here or something. Might be a little big though, to be honest. Doesn't even want to let us put the garrison tower there? Really? Huh. Yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on with that. Interesting. Well, anyways, it's not the end of the world. I think it still looks cool like this, and then we'll just fence it off back here. Maybe we'll, before we commit to that, maybe let's put one more like hitching post, and maybe we'll actually upgrade this one to a stable, and then we'll wall that off, and then we'll be good. I think that's looking like a cool little manor area. See, it would be cool to, I would love to be able to, like in Farthest Frontier, you can build like a flag or something. You know what I mean? I'd love to be able to build like a flag or something in here that's just like, you know, more of a prominent aesthetic or whatever. That's like, yeah, this is the main, or I don't know, in the center of the town would be cool too, or you know what I mean. Just be cool to be able to add stuff like that. Yeah, welcome in, guys. There's no place on the internet as helpful as these live streams from Koval. Oh, thanks, Smarties. Appreciate it. You guys are the best. We got a real W community here. Honestly, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate everyone here. I still want to see who's walking through the water. I swear it's gonna be Kristoff, guys. It's gonna be. Oh, let's take a look real quick. Actually, we did get the blacksmith up, right? I think he's just making... Oh, he's making spears for now. Okay, that's not bad. I'm thinking, though, maybe we'll want to make, like, something else cool. I want to try out some other different types of units, too. Like, we never make polearms. Let's make some polearms. Like, I never use polearm militia. Let's go ahead and try that. And also, in our bowyer... Instead of making just measly war bows, let's go ahead and make crossbows. I keep forgetting we have this rich iron and everything. So yeah, let's go ahead and make crossbows, dude. Crossbows, guys, if you haven't heard me harp on it already, crossbows are like legitimately like 4 times as powerful, at least, maybe even more, compared to the regular bows, regular archers. Crossbowmen are insanely more powerful. So highly recommend investing in crossbows if you're able to, in comparison. I've actually viewed a bunch of YouTube videos on the channel. Oh, nice. Just got to be mindful of things maybe being outdated. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Oh, here we go. Hold on. We got the culprit. Here he is, Peter. Ah, Peter. What are you doing, Peter? Come on, Pete. Pete, bridge is over here, bro. Hey, hold on, Pete. Look. We set up a nice little setup for you. We got a road. We got a bridge, dude. Look at this. Oh, this is a nice opportunity for us to walk around. Oh, guys, look at this, though. I mean, this is nice, right? Little bridge. Oh, wait, hold on. No! Oh, just when it was... Okay, well... Ignore that. We just had a nice walk across the bridge. Oh, man. I mean, this does look pretty nice, though, right? I mean, come on. This is the type of stuff in Manor Lords that is just like, you can't beat this. You can't beat this. I mean, this is, like, incredible. Just ignore the... We were... we were hanging out with Peter too long there. We pulled a Pete and forgot about the bridge temporarily. I mean, this is just looking spectacular, though.
Cheated him? Never.
Nice springtime in the valley. We got our trees are starting to mature, our apple trees.
Meat so tender, it practically melts in your mouth. Come and see for yourself.
Yeah, you're right, Dandy. I forgot to set the iron parts. We'll fix that.
So fresh, you'll swear they was picked this very morning.
We will fix that. If you can delete the road around the manor, you should be able to add a garrison tower. Oh, maybe that's what it is? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think I want to add a garrison tower, but... because it's, like, too big, but... let's see what it looks like from this side, looking back across the, river and everything. Oh, it's getting windy. The winds are blowing, lads! Oh, so you got a warbow. You're getting ready for action, huh? Nice. Getting strapped up. I think it's getting ready to rain, maybe. The skies are darkening. The winds are blowing. Let's check out our little... see, this does look kind of nice, though. This is that little strip of the field or whatever, right? I mean, it's a decent little aesthetic. It's not really too much, but you get some, like, flower bushes in here, you know what I mean? We got, like, purple flowers, yellow flowers, white flowers in here. So you do get some little assortment of flowers and stuff from adding those, which is nice. Let's fix the, that was a good, I totally spaced out on that. Iron parts and then crossbows. Alright, cool. Yeah. And then I also want to do, let's get a joiner shop going. And we'll start making some shields to pair with our spears. And or just, I don't know, whatever else we need. Just joiner shop's going to be good. Soon we'll need like a tailor and brewer and all that kind of stuff. But let's turn down the taxes a little bit. Let's order another horse, get some more trade ramped up as well. Once that other horse comes in, we'll also get another person on the smithy. We got plenty of slabs, plenty of iron. Okay, so let's just ramp up on some of those things, and then let's see. Like I said, we do want to get ale, and so maybe we should also let's get a livestock trading post and start getting some sheep imported into the town pretty soon here. Okay. We got some thunder and lightning going on here, dude. We got a crazy storm in the valley going on, guys. Whoa. Dude, those lightning effects are crazy. See that? But it's positive that things become outdated. Yeah, no, true. I mean, they're definitely making changes, that's for sure. Yeah, no, that's definitely another perspective on it too. Absolutely, it's good to see that they're doing things. Yeah, so yeah, the big chat at the moment is what is exactly, yeah. It's good that they're doing things, but are they doing the right things? Kind of is the chat is the debate at the moment, I guess. It's the hot topic at the current moment. Yeah, thank you for reminding me about the iron parts. Peace and no rush to get home. Must be a promise from Mrs. P. Yeah, see, he's chomping at the bit, dude. One thing you experience is that Burgage plot extensions like an armor and smith work extremely fast. True. Yeah. The artisans do. They can get pretty efficient, and but what that tells me, Kenny, is that you have a nice, efficient logistical layout in your town. Your artisans are not going to be efficient unless you have a nice, efficient logistical layout in your town, which sounds like you obviously do, which is fantastic. That is one of the absolute, paramount. What's the word I'm thinking of here? Concepts in Manor Lords. It's one of the most paramount concepts in Manor Lords is having the logistics and efficiency and all that regard. So it sounds like you have that going good right now, which is really fantastic. Peter did it again, dude. You guys saw that, right? Peter literally just walked through this must be Mrs. Peter right here. They're both going home. Oh, they are. Look. They're both smelters. Oh my gosh, Baff was right. Baff was literally right. That's crazy. Yo, you guys are up to no good, man. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Yeah, you forget to do the walkarounds. I know the third person visit mode or whatever is incredible, guys. I highly recommend. Once again, I try to remind myself, even a lot of the times when I'm saying it, I'm just thinking out loud, reminding myself to do the visit mode and walk around and all that stuff, because it's like, oh man, it's just so great to take in the aesthetics. That's top right there. Town's looking great. Yeah, cool out, Pete. Seriously. That's right, Bav. I don't need your help. I always need Bav's help. I don't know where I'd be without Bav. Pete is a trendsetter, to be honest. Yeah, treats Pete. Everyone just wants to be like Pete these days. That's gonna be my next video. Is Pete heading in the right direction? A zero with sheep pasture to make a fence border alongside a road might look good. Oh, that's not a bad idea as well, True Blue. Yeah, you could use that's not a bad idea too. Yeah. So to demonstrate, yeah, that's actually a pretty cool thought. And this is funny because this is actually what like Info Mole Rat, for example. This is what he actually does for his sheep pens. You could, you know, do it just for the aesthetic, but he does this like for his actual setup, which is funny. But yeah, you just get it like as close as you possibly can, basically. Something like that, yeah. So you could kind of make like fenced, you know, fenced walkways or whatever. But this is technically a pasture, so, and it does have space for sheep, which is extremely goofy. But yeah, so this right here can hold 11 sheep, technically. So like if we staff up our livestock trading posts and start importing sheep, they're gonna, you know, start occupying these areas, which obviously is would be kind of dumb. But if you don't have sheep and you're just using that, or if you have sheep, you know, you have other pastures and the sheep are in other areas or whatever it is, this is definitely another technique that you could utilize to kind of have some fenced walkways, as you can see. So you know, maybe we could think about maybe we'll set up like a pasture area and get some sheep like populated in that pasture area, and then we'll add some of these after that, so that way they don't actually get used for sheep. But I mean, that is kind of cool. I mean, let's see what it looks like if we walk. I mean, yeah, I mean, it kind of, you know, basically looks like a little fence, right? I mean, it's pretty short, but I mean, that is definitely an option for another aesthetic appeal. So maybe we'll, like I said, maybe we'll do a bit of that in a little bit. God, it's really hard to click on this thing now. There we go. So maybe we'll do a bit of that in a bit. I just want to get some sheep into the town. And oh yeah, I forgot back here we had added this that we want to upgrade to a stable. There we go. Oh dang it! Now we got the ox sitting over here. That's okay. Whatever. And then we'll finish that wall area. But yeah, we'll get, boom, staff that, import some sheep. Let's just get some sheep imported for now. And then we'll think about where do we want to put sheep. Maybe sheep would be cool over here? That seems kind of cool, right? Either that or like in this little section right here. Or like over here somewhere. What do you guys think? In case new players didn't know, there's a day and night cycle in the game settings that can really add to the atmosphere. Absolutely, yes. So if you guys watched, for example, in the, I know a lot of you guys, you know the town. You guys watched me build that town. We built that town kind of together in live streams. But it's the town that I've showed like in the economy guide and then also in the update video that the new video that's pinned here. And you know, it shows like the views and the sunset from that kind of lakeside. It's on the Lake Lem map, and we have that farming town up against the lakeside with our town right there and everything. And you get the sunset, which kind of you get like colors in the sky and reflections of light on the water and everything, and it's absolutely immaculate. So that is like Baff's saying, that's in the settings, gameplay, and right here, cosmetic day and night cycle. Highly recommend that you guys turn this on and check it out. We can turn it on here and see how it is here. It's just on this map in particular, the High Peaks map, because it is a valley where there's, you know, there's like sheer cliff sides, you know, on either side. So the sun goes from like right to left or whatever, and so it, you know, you don't necessarily get the like the same effect of like the sunrise and sunsets, but in any other map, particularly like the lake map, for example, where you get like reflections on the water, absolutely crazy aesthetic. Yeah. Sheep racetrack. That's right. Maybe they'll fix the squishy sheep one day. That's right. They just want to wash themselves in a way. Yeah, sure, true. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Oh yeah, by the way, side note, because we were messing around checking out Mandate Order the other day because a lot of people had suggested it, and everyone was obsessed with the latrines, the outhouses that were in that are in that game, and we couldn't remember if there was outhouses in Manor Lords, and I don't know, like, is this a shed or is this an outhouse? I don't know. You guys tell me. I mean, I feel like it's just a shed, but I don't know. It could be like an outhouse. Who knows, huh? Anyways, that was just a funny little side note. Did the stable get upgraded? Okay, not quite. Once this gets upgraded, then we'll finish walling this off. And then let's take a look here. So crossbows are coming in. There we go. We can see crossbows are definitely coming in now. That's fantastic. And then our joiner shop here, we're making some shields so that we can pair those with some more spears or whatever. Okay, there's the stable. And let's just keep... okay, whenever. I just want to keep ordering horses. I'd like to get these stables like filled with horses. It would probably look pretty cool, you know? Let's get the last bit of walls here. Wall this off. It's a little tight. Okay, there we go. I think that's gonna be it. I don't want to mess with it's a little curvy there, but that's fine. I don't want to mess with it too much. I mean, that looks pretty cool, right? Little manor area. I'm surprised that we can't build this inside here. Alright, there we go. The manor is being completed. Alright, see now here's the sun is going down here in the High Peaks map, so you can see what I'm saying. It just kind of... We're not really getting that, you know, sunset effect necessarily because it's just kind of going behind the cliff sides. But yeah, any other map, you can see the views in the in that video that I pinned at the end of the video. Shows some like spectacular views and stuff, and like I said, it's one of the towns that we set up here on Livestream together in recent weeks. Yeah, I highly recommend the Lakeland map for the reason of just that reason alone. How you get the reflections of the light on the water and everything is just incredible.
Berries so plump and juicy, you'll want to eat them by the...
All right, I mean that looks pretty cool. I think that manor area looks pretty cool. I mean, at least we put some stuff in there. You know what I mean? I don't think I've actually ever really put stuff within the manor area. I always forget to do it, like before adding the walls, and then it's just not an option anymore. So that's kind of cool. Happy with that. All right, we only have one more living space. Our other houses that we added over here are getting moved into. Maybe we can add like one more. Oh, look at that. We'll take that. A little double area with an extension right on the edge here. Okay, perfect. Alright, cool. I think we're done collecting all the stone as well, so we can take them off of that. I think this stone camp looks kind of cool here, though. Maybe I'll just leave it in the middle of the town. Or we could replace it with another building. Something here for, like, a central town aesthetic building. At least the Oxens are using the bridge now. That's good.
Dose of greens, healthy and hearty.
Let's go. VIP Manor. Getting done. Oh, look at the view. So imagine if you lived here. If you were the manor person and you're like looking out at the town over here and everything. You're like, yeah. Heck yeah, dude. Love that. Wake up in the morning like, what's up, peasants? Do my bidding. I'll be over here in my VIP Manor area while you serfs work and harvest and labor. Let's see, catch up on more of your comments here, guys. You never build pastures like that. You've seen it. I wonder what the sheep look like if they were to walk on top of them or what. Yeah, they pretty much just kind of like get all stacked up. Oh yeah, we do need to add a pasture real quick because we are importing sheep. So I do need to add. I forgot where did we Let's see. I think we'll just I can't decide if I want sheep like over here or over here. I think we'll do them over here. Yeah, let's do sheep over here. Okay, there we go. So we can have sheep like between the backs of the houses and the manor, or we could have sheep like in this little section right here, maybe. How about we go? We could create a road connection right here, and then maybe something like that, and then maybe sheep in this area, in this little section. Okay, there we go. It's looking kind of cool. And then maybe some sheep within this portion right here. And maybe we can divide it into... we could just make it one big pasture. It'll only hold 25 sheep. I don't want to have like a billion sheep, but... Or we could try to maybe like just divide it into a couple pasture areas to... Yeah. And then another one right here. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Okay, that's cool. We got a couple pastures right here. Just right outside of the manor area. I think that'll look cool. And then we'll need our sheep farm. And maybe we'll put the sheep farm right here. Perfect. Alright, cool. Nice. Alright. Sorry, I forgot about the adding that there. We'll get that in. What do you think about a system that starts to make paths automatically over areas that villagers are treading? That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like the... I mean, at least if we... In that case, if we had the option to delete them if we wanted to, then that would be good, but... Yeah, it could be cool, yeah. I would, in that case, I would just want to be able to remove them if I didn't want it there or whatever. But yeah, sounds cool. Otherwise, for sure, yeah, could be cool. All sheds are outhouses if you try. Exactly, it's an outhouse. If you turn off the day-night cycle while you are in a night cycle, it'll stay dark. Yeah, exactly. That's why sometimes you'll see me like I'll like when the sun went down there, then I'll be like toggle this like a few times. Then that usually helps get it to like actually reset. But yes, that's a good point too, Smarties. Yeah, if you turn it off during night and you don't like toggle it or whatever, it could just stay night like perpetually. Which if that's what you want, it could be cool. Nice little nighttime vibe. Any port in a storm. Any port in a storm. That's right. Anyone else having issues with AI towns not progressing past tier 1? Ooh, let's take a look back with our AI town, actually. Thank you for mentioning that. We're halfway through year 3, so we'll see if they're on track to try to come and attack us by year 4. Real quick, I also want to add another trade. Yeah, another trade worker maybe, and then let's sell off some of our excess carrots, because they're high value since we have the Vogtland perk. And we have plenty of them, at least for now. Okay. Good. And yeah, let's take a look at that AI. Thank you for reminding me. Let's see what they're looking like. Okay, so they have... Looks like they're still mostly tier 1. Is there any tier 2 houses here? I don't think I see any tier 2 housing. So far, they seem to be all tier 1 at this point. Yeah, it seems to be all tier 1. I mean, they got some apiary extensions going on here and everything, though. Jeez, that's pretty good. Yeah, so they do all seem to be tier 1, at least at this stage still, so... I'm sure they're rich, like they got a rich stone deposit, they're probably swimming in money. So anyways, that's what they're looking like so far. It's pretty similar to the last time we checked in, but yeah, they're still at tier 1, so that's kind of interesting. Let's see. Mano Ketap. I'm. What does that mean? Hand? hand up top? Something like that? Sorry. Hey, Kobo, what's going on? What's up, Han Solo? This is a nice layout. Would love to be able to see how you built it from the start. Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we can. I was thinking of starting a new series maybe too about you know, like aesthetic town building. You know what I mean? This one I kind of set up a little bit preemptively, like in anticipation of the stream and stuff. But yeah, I was thinking about, and I was just experimenting with, you know, maybe integrating the bridges and, you know, this kind of layout with the river and everything into the town or whatever. So, but yeah, I was definitely thinking about starting maybe a new series or at least just a new video or something about like kind of aesthetic town building or whatever. If anyone else would be interested in that, let me know. But yeah, absolutely. That was something I've been considering. Thanks for the shout, Han Solo. Thanks for being here too, by the way. Glad to see you, and happy Sunday to you. But yeah, kind of the main concept of when I started here was these roads right here. So this main road right here going through the town, and then the one that goes left to right in this bridge right here this was the King's Road. So these were already right here, and so I kind of just used this intersection as like what I figured would be like kind of the town center, and have the church be kind of the focal point, and then right along this kind of riverside, and I take the roads and kind of just like follow the river edge or whatever to kind of make it look a little natural, and then we just kind of set up a little another bridge area and kind of have like a, you know, little division here or whatever. But my first thing was that, like I said, this was the King's Road, this main road that comes straight through the town right here, and then this one that veers off to the left, and this bridge, was all here already as the King's Road. So I just kind of used this intersection that was right here, kind of next to this river, was screaming to me like, ooh, you know what I mean? I feel like I could build this out to kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, go with, you know, flow with that kind of with the setup that's there already or whatever. But yeah, I was definitely thinking about adding a new like a video, or at least or a series or something, kind of revolving around like, you know, techniques or approaches for like aesthetic town building and stuff like that. Yeah, appreciate it, Han Solo. Thanks, man. Good to see you. Welcome back, Ned. Was using a beta branch but went on stable branch after the update, but still having the issue. Interesting, Spiral. Yeah, we'll keep tabs on the AI town there and see if they get some housing past tier 1. But I know Baff was saying that the AI was getting really strong in some of his playthroughs. I did set it on aggressive here, so we'll see what happens. It's still under work though overall, of course, the AI stuff in general. So what year of the game are we in? We are in year 3 right now. We're about halfway through year 3. We're in summer of year 3 right now. Yeah. Let's go ahead and add this housing extension over here too. Yeah, gotcha, Spiral. Yeah, and I'm not sure if they go faster when if you put them on like challenging, like if they have. I'm not really sure, but I did put them on everything on this playthrough. The settings are all on default, other than I put them on aggressive. So we'll see. Like Baff said, that on aggressive they were attacking him by year 4 with some substantial forces. So we'll see what happens. Let's replace our archers with crossbow militia, because we have the crossbows now and they are juiced. And let's sell off. We have a ton of warbows just sitting around now, so let's just sell these off. Maybe we'll keep, like, I don't know, a small amount around just in case we end up. Let's just keep 1 militia's worth around just in case we need them, but we'll sell the rest. Okay. Our manor completion will be coming in here any second. We got some sheep look like they're heading into the town, so we got sheep coming in. Manor's getting finished, so we're adding. Kind of, that was, you know, I really wanted. We kind of had some of this set up over here, but I really wanted to make sure we start expanding over this area, because that was kind of my main idea. Was like this river would kind of be going through like the central area of the town and kind of splitting it up, which I think is starting to get that sense here, which is really cool. And then, like I mentioned, maybe some farming over here, because there was a little bit of fertility. So maybe we'll put some farming off in the distance in this area too. So we'll probably start getting to that next. I'll finish. I got some more comms to get through here. You're playing the current version. Good. AI does develop to tier 2. Oh, cool. Good to hear, Kenny. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure how quickly they do it or whatever, but yeah. Oh yeah, Darren lost that battle. That's funny. Yeah, I remember talking about that. Well, Manor Lords add a multiplayer in the feature in the future. What's up, Rekha? I don't work for Manor Lords or anything like that, so I don't, I can't really say, but just based on my observations and whatever from throughout the development process and what they've said thus far and all that kind of stuff, I don't foresee a multiplayer coming to Manor Lords, but anything is possible in this game. Honestly, who knows? I don't think they even know what their plans are. So I also, do I have a forester's hut over here? Oh, I do. Nice. Oh, and it's double staffed. Okay, we can take someone off of that. We got a good amount of trees getting replanted over here. Maybe let's add another forester's hut too, to just get more distribution. But we have a ton of woodland, like we can see in the environment tab. Like this region is mostly woodland already. So, I mean, that being said, we might want to start putting some pig backyards in too. To be honest, like all these ones over here that have backyard areas that we haven't used yet, maybe we should start putting in pigs because we got a very strong bonus from the woodland environment. So not all of these have the backyards, but some of them do. So let's just start putting animal pens over here. And that kind of makes sense too, because we have like the sheep, you know, we have like livestock kind of going on over here. So, and it's like, they're like right outside the manor area, you know what I mean? So I feel like that kind of makes sense. We have chickens over here. So yeah. I think that's going to be good. We do need more, our production of planks is kind of dwindling. We need to get another, we need to ramp up on our logging. Let's get that going. It's not like we're good, you know. It's not like we're in a bad spot or anything, but just kind of ramp that up again. We're good to go. AI Town has 189 timer in the storage, but it can't find where it is. On further investigation, they're just lying around on the floor everywhere. Oh no! By timer, I assume it's like some kind of a resource, a mistype or something. That's funny though. They just have resources all lying all over the place. God, take 10 hours to get through year 4. True Blue is fully immersed, and that's cool. Can these types of games last without having a multiplayer component? Don't they become repetitive? I mean, you know, that's in the eye of the beholder, right? You know, of course, I think there's a lot of people that just feel like single-player games in general are repetitive, right? So, you know, I guess that's just kind of up to your opinion or whatever, but I think for Manor Lords in particular, the real draw and what really offers like replayability and keeps people coming back and wanting to start new playthroughs and stuff is the aesthetic immersion. I think is you know, by far the best thing about this game, right? And then on top of that, of course, we have the ever-changing landscape, of course, due to the development process and whatnot, which you know, of course, also keeps people, you know, constantly having to learn new things and stuff like that. So those aspects kind of, I guess, kind of keep it fresh in that perspective. But let's do a little town walk, guys. We're gonna walk from back here, from our logging area, all the way through the main road and stuff. Check it out. Let's go even a little further back. All right, so we're back. This is the edge of our territory. Basically, we got logging and mining. This is the outskirts, and then into the town. We'll check out more of your guys' comments here as we're doing that. Bath, you have 1,300 hours in Manor Lords? Holy crap, dude. I think I have like 700 or 800 at this point, something like that. Crazy. That's a lot, though. I mean, you can. I mean, granted, though, a lot of the time, like for me too, is like a lot of the time I'll just have the game like open, you know, sitting open in the background as I'm like trying to get a screenshot for a thumbnail or like trying to get like a certain shot for the video or whatever, and I'm just like have it like pause in the background, you know, while I'm like editing or I don't know, whatever, stuff like that, you know. So it's not necessarily all like playtime, but nice. It does look really nice. I like how coming to this central area right here. It feels nice, kind of nice and open too. Church up here. Oh man, looking really nice, huh, guys? What do you think? City and settlement builders rarely ever multiplayer. Yeah, exactly right. Definitely. I think there are some that, you know, maybe do have like either multiplayer or co-op features to an extent, but yeah, generally I think these types of games are just usually just single player, right? It would be cool to have a, you know, it'd be cool to go up against, you know, a little Colville versus Bath, Rally for the Valley, High Peaks battle, huh? I mean, I think we'd be into that, huh? Farming is actually good. Maybe we need to move farming, all veggies, orchards into the farming section. Yeah, yeah, potentially. That's another, there's all kinds of different avenues potentially in that regard. Yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if they, reshuffle some of those, um, layouts as well. And then also, as we know, when we see when you take a new region, there's some of those like options for some new settlement options that are like, to set up like a farming town or a mining town or whatever. So maybe that'll be integrated into that too. Who knows? Well, we're gonna pretend here that we actually walk across this bridge. Oh, oh, oh! Don't mind this part, guys. We're on the bridge. We're back. We just had to check in with our boy Peter real quick. Surprised these new games aren't multiplayer. Classics were multiplayer 20 years ago. Classics like what? I mean, I guess maybe if you're thinking like true RTS, like Age of Empires or something like that, but that's not necessarily a city builder. This game's more, I think the main game that this is most inspired by is Banished. And I actually never played Banished, so I'm not for sure, but I would assume that Banished is also just a single player game, right? Things are looking real good, though. Ooh, this must be one of our retainers here. I like how he's got the green and blue. Seahawks colors. My boy. Yo, good job, dude. Whoever you are. This guy gets a gold star. He's got his Seahawks colors on. He's repping. Good job. We're starting to get some sheep up in here. And then here's our manor. Nice. Yeah, the manor area is not bad. Oh, dude, we can't... What? Can't fit through the gate! Let me in! Let me in! No, dude. We're colliding. Collision issues strike again. No. Oh my gosh. We gotta teleport inside the manor. Alright, now we're in the manor. We made it in. Oh, it's probably because it's still under construction. I think it just finished construction. Okay, we can probably walk through the gate now. Hopefully. Nope, still no. Okay, well, that just sucks. You can definitely walk through the stone gates. I guess the wooden gates look really small. Maybe the character's collision radius is just too big. But yeah, this looks kind of nice. I like the fenced off little manor area here. We got a couple buildings. Get a water well right here and stuff. Surrounded by trees. Kind of look out to the village and nice view up to the cliffs and everything. I feel like we got a nice manor area here. I'm happy with that. Nice. Starting to get these sheep coming in. Looking good. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, baby. So maybe we'll have a attack here in the near future because we are approaching year 4, which is apparently, if this aggressive AI is worth their salt, maybe they'll be coming at us. Sorry, I got more messages, more comments. Oh God. Tooltip. Oh, there we go. All right. Sorry, there's quite a few messages. I'm behind here. Sorry. Holy gosh. All right. Sorry, guys. Plains Potter. What's up? Response to the video. You think the proposed trade mechanics offer some benefit to make foreign trade more dynamic and interactable, i.e. how you and AI play your specific map has real consequences? Absolutely. No, fair point. Very fair point. Yeah, absolutely. No, and I tried to convey, you know, it's like I really don't think like everything that they put in there is bad. And I guess I don't know. I don't know if I would even go as far to say that I think it's just like anything in there is just outright bad. It's just that it's just that for me it was more along the lines of like, sure, we can, we can continue to nitpick the trade system and make it better, and we can be here 5 years from now and still be nitpicking the trade system trying to make it better. And then it's like, okay, but at what point are we gonna like at what point are we gonna do cavalry and siege mechanics and town walls and fix the mercenary system and fix all these collision issues, and you know what I mean? The list goes on, right? So that was more the perspective, more, and granted, I did pretty much outright say that I felt like the merchant system does sound terrible, or at least the aspect that he described of like when you could just randomly be parts where you just don't have any trade like you can't do trade at all for stretches of time, and you have no way to make money other than like very minimal passive income from like burgages or something. Does not sound great. Like, doesn't sound great to me, but also doesn't sound great when I think about the perspective of how many people comment about like, struggling to get started and struggling to get, military set up, just stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of people that struggle, and I say this I don't say this in like, oh, people are struggling and they're bad at the game. No. This is a tough game. That's what I'm saying. This is a complex game, and especially for beginners and stuff, it can be a little overwhelming. So it's like the more we continue to overcomplicate it, and if we're gonna make the trade, in my eyes, the trade can be a little easy sometimes. You know what I mean? But for a lot of people, it's not, right? And so this whole new system and introducing a potential where they can't even trade at all, like I can just imagine right now the flood of comments from people that are just like, I'm completely stuck, can you help me? I have no ways to make trade, I'm broke, and my town is in shambles and everything. You know what I mean? Like, I can just foresee that happening, which is, like I said, in my opinion, totally understandable, because it's a tough game. It's a complex game, right? So that being said, who knows? This is all just speculation, of course, right now, but kind of just based on what they said. But I do agree, though, like I said, in my opinion, I think the whole concept of like I said in the video, like the whole concept of like economic, like having an economic battle, not just like physical battles, is also really cool. I think that's a great concept that definitely needs to be integrated into the game, which basically, in my opinion, would just be like, it's just along the lines of diplomacy, which they've always planned. That's another thing that they've add that to the list, where it's like, diplomacy is also something that has also, always should have, be part of the game or whatever, since day one they've talked about or whatever. So it doesn't really exist right now. You get those random letters from the Baron or whatever, and he'll be like, oh, drop your claims. There's no real way to like interact, in diplomatic fashions right now, but I'd love to see the economy aspect integrate more into like a diplomacy and stuff like that, because that's definitely would be a gray area in my opinion. Hey, you can see that maybe doing like multiplayer battles. Yeah, that could be pretty cool. Yeah. They would have to run a server for multiplayer. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, I don't personally don't foresee multiplayer coming to this game, or any, like for that matter, like we kind of mentioned, for that matter, really any similar game to this. But yeah, it would be definitely really cool. I'd love to have a battle against Bath. What if we have Manor Lords? We have player versus player is also amazing. Yeah, or just like another different game mode or whatever. Like you'd still just play the regular, but also have an option for it could be cool for sure. There's a world where MP could work with paradox style synchronized time control. Man, you guys are cooking. But yeah, I don't think Greg will. Yeah, I don't think that's on his radar. But at the current dev speed, yeah, not within the next 2 days. Yeah, I know, right? Also, I would say too, just from my own like perspective and experience with Unreal Engine and stuff, I can tell you guys with absolute confidence that like if you start a project in Unreal Engine, or I don't know about other engines, probably I assume for other engines as well, but definitely Unreal Engine, which is what they use. If you start a project that's not meant for multiplayer, you're not going to be able to go back and change I mean, maybe it's like a very small scale project, but anything at this scale, like you can't just go back and, you know, change a couple lines of code and turn it into a multiplayer game. At least in like the Unreal Engine framework, it's like it nearly like from a realistic standpoint impossible. You might as well just start the entire game from scratch at that point. Yeah. So that, you know, obviously I don't know what the heck is going on within their project. I've never you know, seen it or whatever, but maybe they do have some framework potentially laid in place for that we just don't know about. Who knows? The new rival, Mandate Order, will either be a big spur to advance or will crush Manor Lords under fears of inferiority. Potentially, yeah. What's up, British Knight? Yeah, we checked out Mandate Order on Friday, guys, if you are interested. The live stream VOD is here on the channel. We checked it out for about 3 hours or so. And yeah, Mandate Order is really cool. I definitely enjoyed it. I felt like it had a unique charm. And I could definitely see Mandate Order becoming really good. It's certainly like in a very early stage. And you know, it's just a play test that's available right now, nothing more. But it definitely has a very high potential. I could see that game like progressing into a really good spot. But for now, it's definitely very bare bones, very early. Like for me, you know, if you guys were there watching the live stream on Friday, you saw like we had they have an issue right now apparently. Baff, our resident, he went and learned Mandarin during the stream, aka used Gemini to translate. But apparently, there's like a bug on the playtest right now where it's like certain graphics cards, like units will just randomly just start disappearing, like visually. So we had that going on, so it was a little like, you know, it was a little hard to like get fully into it in that regard because, you know, half the town was just like invisible. But yeah, I mean, other than that, though, it was really cool. The soundtrack's great. It's got a nice, you know, nice environment and graphics or whatever. I mean, it's not like the graphic level, like it's not the same level of graphics that are in Manor Lords by any means. It's like a, you know, Timu version of Manor Lords graphics, I guess. But it's still really good, though. It's still really, really nice. You know what I mean? So like I said, it had a unique charm. I could see that game becoming really good and being very enjoyable. I added a channel for it in the Discord, and we'll be following more of the Mandate Order, keeping up what's going on with that game. But yeah, for me, definitely until they, you know, at least fix like being able, you know, like having invisible units all over the place or whatever, I'm probably not gonna do any more videos or whatever for it. But as they continue to progress the game, we'll definitely continue to check it out. But yeah, if you guys are interested in checking out Mandate Order, you're wondering what is that, or you want to see what's going on, it's just kind of like an Asian themed Manor Lords that's under development right now, and we just checked it out on Friday in a live stream, and that VOD is here on the channel if you are interested in getting a little look into the game. Once again, it's just a play test, so it's pretty limited. All gas, no brakes. Sorry, so many comments. I'm trying to keep up, guys. That new game is some way off at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, we streamed it the other day. Yeah, check it out if you guys are interested, for sure. Alright, we're gonna get a little bit ahead here. Maybe I'm gonna set up while I still gotta catch up on some comments, but like I said, I do want to set up maybe a little bit of farming over here, and then we will hope maybe be ready for combat apparently in the coming year. We'll see what happens, because that AI is on aggressive. We'll keep tabs on them. But let's set up maybe just like a little farm thing over here. Maybe just like a couple of strips or something. We probably need to utilize more of it than that. Like it can't be all in the green. Okay, there's a 0.5. This one a little bit further up. 0.5, there we go. I'm just gonna put a couple fields here. And we'll put a road in between these. I really like the soundtrack in the Mandate Order, to be honest. I thought that was kind of like my favorite part of it, to be honest. Really, almost an addicting soundtrack. Okay, so we're just kind of utilizing this little patch of rye that's right here. Okay, and probably just like one more. Maybe we'll offset it a little bit to kind of match the other one, look a little cool. Okay, there we go. Little field land, and then we'll put a farmhouse. Maybe we'll put the farmhouse. I don't know. How do we want to set this up? We need a windmill. We'll need like a windmill and farmhouse and stuff. Maybe a windmill would look kind of cool. Like right here, you know what I mean? I kind of like that. I'm gonna go with that for the windmill. Little side road for the windmill there, and then maybe farmhouse just kind of right behind that, or maybe let's put farmhouse like right here, and then we'll put a little bit of a stronger bit of road. Layer that up a little bit, look a little cooler. Alright, there we go. I think that's going to look pretty nice. Integrating another aspect into the town here. We won't get this all planted or anything, obviously, as we're... Or, I mean, what I mean is we're coming into September, so it's not like we're going to have a harvest within this year or whatever, but we're setting up for next year. So hopefully if we get this, let's put high priority on the farmhouse, and then we can set a few of these for the next upcoming season. And honestly, we could probably do even like a 50% wheat is probably not bad. Because if we get a bakery extension, obviously, as you guys know, we still get those 4 times rates. That's still going to be good. So we'll do a couple rye and a couple wheat. And that should give us at least even just decent gains. And we do have a couple free houses here. We could put, if we need bakery, or the ale too. What is barley a thing? 20%? Might just end up like purchasing barley through trade. So let's see. Let's turn down the taxes even more. We're like pretty good on tax. Just keep that really low and get more regional wealth. And I'm sorry, I gotta keep up again on the comments here. Falling behind. You guys are active today. I appreciate it though, guys. Thank you.
Meat so tender.
Meat so tender.
Alright,
as soon as this farmhouse is constructed, we'll staff it, and then we'll let them do the farming tasks, and we'll get back and get some more comments.
Cabbages, turnips.
By the way, if anyone is interested in the we have the Discord that I've mentioned or whatever, where we have like Manor Lords channels and share like the screenshots of your town or whatever if you want or anything like that. Feel free to join. I will staff up this farmhouse.
Meat so tender.
Alright, so we'll get that farmhouse going. So they're gonna get those fields planted. Alright. While that's going on,
Fresh meat. Get your fresh meat here.
Smarties, you think what keeps... God, these freaking marketplace people. Smarties, you feel like what keeps players coming back is a desire to do it better next time. Yeah, absolutely, right? Just, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Just keep building on, like, your knowledge and your experience or whatever. Absolutely. Totally. Yeah. There's always mistakes or setups that you realize could be... Yeah, totally. I agree with that, Smarties. 100%. It's more of like a personal thing, right? You're just, like, always trying to do a little better. Yeah. Kenny, is it just you, or is cabbage plots bugged? Mine produces, like, 8... Yeah, that's a good question. Honestly, we have done some like random various testing with like the different types of vegetables here and there, And yeah, I just kind of ended up, you know, coming to the conclusion that carrots were just kind of the best overall. So I don't know if that's like actually for sure, but yeah, it, you know, just from what I noticed so far, it does seem like carrots are kind of just like the best overall. Yeah, but I don't, you know, I don't know if that's actually a thing or if that's just kind of like a, I don't know, like a coincidence or inaccurate or what. But yeah, the cabbages didn't really seem to be like that much better. But I haven't really experimented with it extensively. Not since like the latest round of updates and all that either. And that's the thing, right? It's like, I can't, you know, I remember when we did test it recently, but I don't remember what, what beta version were we on at that point or whatever. I don't know. That was some fine peasant. You're you're experimenting more with the aesthetic side. Yeah, right. Yeah. See, that's it, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's now is the time to embrace the aesthetic. I mean, it's always the time, but you know, I think that was kind of my thought process was like, well, you know, all these changes and stuff. You know, it's like we think of like what's the core things of like why this game is so great. Definitely aesthetics. So you know, kind of get back to just embracing that more instead of like thinking so much about. You know, min-maxing trade and all that kind of stuff. Of course, we gotta make sure. I gotta make sure we, you know, make sure I know what's going on as far as being able to set up a successful town. But yeah, do you feel like British Knight? You feel like Mandate Order looks better already? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all obviously everyone. You know, everything's just everything's in the eye of the beholder, right? So always going to be just personal opinions in that regard, for sure. But I think just from an objective standpoint, like you know, opinions aside, like the Mandate Order is definitely like far from. It's not a. It's a playtest, right? So. But I could definitely see as it continues and gets to like a finished version, I could definitely see Mandate Order being like top, you know, up there, or you know, or at least for some people, right? I was enjoying. I was getting into it. I was definitely enjoying it. So yeah, like I said, I felt like it had a unique kind of charm and appeal. You put your cabbage farmers on a corpse pit detail. Yeah, True Blue, exactly. Yeah, that's the OG method right there. I mean, these days you could go with the small holding perk. That's an option. Or, for example, like I know I have, like my saw pit worker. See, like these guys, for example, this, the veggie, one of my like veggie plot families is assigned to the saw pit. For example, the saw pit is like a really good option because it only takes, like the husband doesn't do farming tasks. And this was another thing we kind of discovered recently was in a similar fashion we were using like forager huts with herb garden extensions where we had the veggie people assigned to the forager huts and they just passively produce herbs because it's only the husband that goes. Same thing with the saw pit here. It's only the husband that goes to the saw pit. It's only the husband that goes to the forager hut in that regard or whatever. And they do not participate in farming tasks for the veggie gardens or whatever. So any job that you can put them on where only the husband does that job, that's how you're going to get the absolute most bang for your buck as far as like the family, you know, because we have the wife and son are doing the farming tasks and the husband is making planks. So this one family is like getting a lot done, you know what I mean, for our town. And if this guy wasn't assigned to the saw pit, the husband would just be standing around doing nothing, which is fine too. You know, that's you know, it's not the end of the world. It's just if you have the option and you're interested in maybe min-maxing a bit more, that's kind of the strategy there. Imagine a competitive map or a competitive MP City Council themed city builder. Everybody would be with opposing goals. Yeah, that'd be chaos in a good way. Taking Pete's path. Yeah, Pete's an innovator. You know. Holy crap! I'm behind on comments here. Oy vey. Are the mechanics and gameplay more appealing in Mandate Order, a visual appeal thing? For me, I felt like it was some of the mechanics that were like more like they have like walls and siege mechanics and stuff like that in Mandate Order. We didn't get to that point in the test, but I think it's things like that that people consider, you know what I mean, that, you know, objectively are, because, you know, to our point and what we were talking about earlier and in the video and everything, like, you know, that's one of the sore points in Manor Lords, right? No still no siege and town walls and all that kind of stuff. So they do have that in Mandate Order, right? Which I think a lot of people are definitely interested in that, and that's already like a thing in the game, even in the playtest. So I think that's really encouraging for a lot of people. I did also really like the they have a little bit of a different, like the whole overall system of, like, you know, running the town, gathering resources, you know, storage and distribution and all that kind of stuff is like pretty similar, you know what I mean, as it is in kind of most city builders, but it is a little different. Where like Manor Lords, I feel like is one of the unique elements here in Manor Lords, as far as, like, you know, the logistical staff assignments and distribution of goods and whatever, is that, you know, you have to staff storage buildings, and then they stock like a marketplace to just distribute goods to like the residents and stuff. Like in Mandate Order, it's more of like farthest frontier, or maybe more like a traditional city builders, I guess, where you don't staff storage buildings, but everything has like a radius. So kind of similar to like, to give a perspective here. So like if we were, say it was like we were getting ready to place like a storage building, it would be like, okay, this is the radius of that storage building. So like wherever you place the storage building, like whatever, you know, production buildings are within range of that, or whatever materials are within range of that, then that storage building will like automatically receive them or whatever, right? And then same thing with like production buildings. So it was kind of an interesting system where, you know, you kind of are like setting up things where in a way where you're thinking about how are we going to get them to overlap, and, you know, make sure that the buildings are like within each other's radius to have like logistical connections and stuff like that. I thought that system was pretty cool. It's like very approachable, you know what I mean? Like you still have to think about your layout and stuff, but it's not so complex. But anyways, that's just kind of like a little 2 cents on that. But I think a lot of people are really interested in that. It has like siege and walls and that kind of stuff already. Yeah, it does look nice visually as well too. It's like a different style of charm than like Manor Lords. Like the graphics and everything in this are like extremely like immersive and realistic. It's like it feels more like a game in the Mandate Order, you know what I mean, and less like, whoa, I'm like totally immersed in this world, but like in a good way. And it's nice. It has, like I said, I feel like it has like kind of a unique charm and appeal in that regard in Mandate Order. So like I said, if you guys are interested, check out the VOD here on the channel. We played Mandate Order for about 3 hours on Friday, and that live stream VOD is here on the channel if you're interested in checking that out and seeing a little bit about the game and whatnot, and hearing more of our thoughts and experiences from that so far. All right, our farmland's getting pretty well done here. Kind of, that looks cool, right? With our town off in the distance, we got this farm area going on over here. So I think we got a nice little, continuing to expand in the right ways here. Aesthetically looking great. So yeah, even just 9 wheat is crazy. I mean, that's almost 40 bread. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty crazy. So yeah, even if you have just a minimal access to like rye or wheat, take advantage. So we're getting this planted for so by the next year we'll have a haul. I think they're done with the berry foraging for now. Little rain action coming in. You'll take mechanics over graphics 100% of the time. Is Mandate Order also early access right now? No, like I said, Mandate Order, just to be clear, guys, Mandate Order is literally just a play test. It's not even a demo. It's not even a early access or anything. It's literally just a play test. Yeah, a public play test. So it's just one demo map, and it's just for testing, I think, basically. Yeah, but of course, you know, people are already catching on to, you know, it's a cool looking game. So Yeah, Plains Potter. Sorry, you said the caveat added for oops, no trade is an issue, but all your traders would have to be on routes at max cap. Right now, most of the econ guide is all price board. Yeah, no. Those are all fair points, Plains Potter. Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, it's just you know, like I said, for me it's less about. I mean, that is an aspect. Like I do personally feel like the current trade system's fine, and they just don't need to change it like at all in general. But like I said, for me, it's less about like, you know, oh, is this trade system going to work? And more about like, yo, we already have a good trade system, like, but we still don't have dozens of other things that you guys promised, and we still have dozens of issues that you guys said you're going to fix and all that kind of stuff. It's more in that perspective. But yeah, like I said though, I can definitely like I can surely just imagine just the comments starting to flow in from people that are like, yo, I'm stuck, like I'm not able to make any trades and my town is falling apart kind of thing. So but you know, once again, that's just all just speculation. How you've been learning Python scripts? That's cool. Yeah. Now I just do in Unreal Engine. I just do blueprints. I know like some C++ and stuff, but I prefer blueprints, so I just do blueprints in Unreal Engine. Yeah, Bath got into Farthest Frontier. Yeah, Farthest Frontier is also, if you guys haven't heard of that one, it's another fantastic game, Farthest Frontier. Another similar, in my opinion, yeah, like if you're like feeling like, oh, Mandate Order is really good and stuff like that, in the sense of like you're looking for maybe an alternative to Manor Lords, I would highly consider Farthest Frontier. Yeah, it is like a grid building system. That's kind of the main difference in that regard. Farthest Frontier is a grid-based building system, but like all the systems in Farthest Frontier, like I personally like that probably has the best like town, like purely from like a city builder standpoint. Farthest Frontier probably has some of the best mechanics in this genre, in my opinion. It's just a little, for me, it's just a little less like immersive, you know what I mean? Because it's the grid-based building system, and it's a bit more of that kind of like top-down RTS style of feel compared to like immersive city builder. But it is really nice. It is still aesthetic and still immersive. But the mechanics and the systems that they have in Farthest Frontier, in my opinion, are probably like the best for a lot of these things. But yeah, you could listen to that soundtrack of Mandate Order. Dude, honestly, I was hooked on the soundtrack, dude. When I was playing it on my own on Thursday, like for like a couple hours just to like, you know, make sure I wasn't going in completely blind for the stream, I caught myself a couple times where I was like jamming out, you know. I was like, yo, I'm kind of like hooked on this soundtrack. Someone watched the stream. Yeah, I know. It was Thomas Hazelwood. I remember TH, our boy TH. Yeah, I remember he was like, he wasn't really feeling the music. So, you know, once again, everything's always opinion, right? That's the deal. But that's the beauty of it. God, these views are just immaculate, though, right? I mean, come on. You're not getting this in Mandate Order, dude. Or in any other game at all, across the board, pretty much, right? Yeah, True Blue. Yeah, thanks for popping in. These, you're gonna make some cookies. Yeah, sorry. There's so much comments today. It's popping today. Sorry, guys. I'm like super behind on comments. I'm gonna have to. Sorry if I like miss something here, and just post it again. Yeah, everything is bad stank. That's true. Nice design. Is it just me, or can you only have one save going on at once? No, no worries. No, you can have multiple saves. So you can have. I have like a bunch of you know, there's like my save list here. You know, you can have all kinds of different towns and different saves and whatever. I don't think there is a limit. Like, I don't know. There's like an internal memory limit or whatever. At some point, you won't be able to make any more saves. You'll need to like clear out old ones to make more space. But yeah. What's up, Boyaker? You experience farming bugs where it deletes the harvest if not harvested and collected within September. Deletes the harvest if not harvested and collected within September. I'm trying to imagine. Deletes the harvest if not harvested and collected within September. Oh, well, that's not a bug. That's just how it is. Yeah, so I know it doesn't say it right here. Where does it say? It says somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where it says, but September is the harvest month. The peasants are not capable, like, harvesting tasks can only be performed during September. So any leftover whatever stuff that does not get harvested by September 31st or whatever's the last day of the month, it will be gone. That's the end of the opportunity to get it harvested. Yeah. So September, and that same thing for orchards. So like these orchard trees over here, if you have apple trees or whatever, same thing for them. September is the harvest month, so you can only access the harvest during September's. Yeah, and if you don't, if whatever is not done by the time it goes into October 1st, that's it. GG. Jokerist is a new beta. No, this is not a new beta. If you're interested in, we're just on the main branch right here, same as everyone right now. There is no beta currently, but if you're interested to know about, the upcoming patch info and the upcoming updates and changes that are being proposed, and they already kind of revealed to us a couple days ago, you can check out the VOD that is pinned here in the chat, where I review the update article and give a little more insight, in my opinion, and thoughts on, what that means for the development process and things moving forward. Alright, we're good on livestock or sheep. I think we got a decent amount of sheep over here. Start getting some wool passively. We can sell off some of that wool as well, or we can start making clothing and whatever too. Let's get a weaver's workshop while we're thinking about that. I'm not sure. Maybe just back over here. I think we'll be fine for the weaver's workshop. Let's go with that. You love the music from Rose Windows Pirate. Oh, nice. I've never heard that one. Oh, nice. Valheim spinoff. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah. A survival game, kind of. Mouse over the month for a breakdown of seasons. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't. What I mean though is, it doesn't explicitly say here that September only is the harvest month. You know what I mean? I can't remember where. I'm sure it says it somewhere. I just can't remember where. Also deletes the crops that is already harvested and not been put in the farmhouse. Crops laying out in the field also get deleted. Yeah, in that case, I mean, I don't think that they're supposed to get deleted in that case. I would imagine that there's also a high potential that usually, at the end of September going into October, there's oftentimes rain that will happen, and the rain can if there's the crops that are like sitting out harvested before they've been stored, the rain can destroy them. So there's definitely a potential that maybe they are just getting destroyed by the rain, but I don't know. I can't think of what else would be happening in that case. They need to update the ale and cider. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, we need to get cider and mead. Yeah, we need cider and mead, as they've planned on implementing. But yeah, we need that for sure. We were talking about I guess we'll get Taylor's workshop soon for the clothing. We could also we could maybe make some armor too. We gotta up our production on, get another person on this bloomery. Yeah, sorry, Ned. What did you say? By the way, getting the merchant achievement was a challenge. Oh, nice, Ned. You got the merchant achievement. Heck yeah, dude. Grats. Love to hear it. It was a challenge on the first 2 years. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's kind of like once you get over that hump, you know what I mean? Then it's like kind of, you know, just coasting. But that's great, dude. Congrats. Love to hear it. Yeah, have you guys, anyone else done the merchant achievement? I thought that was, well, at least, I don't know, now that you can kind of cheese the merchant achievement because fishing was not in the thing when they implemented the merchant achievement, and so the achievement just says no hunting and no, look at this sheep is running across the town. This sheep is in a hurry to get over to this pasture. Boy. That's funny. I like the sheep being here right outside the manor area. I think that's nice. Does the game has like a time limit, or you can go on? Time limit? Not sure. I don't think there's any like time limit. I don't know. I guess maybe like keeping up with your opponents is kind of the time limit, I guess. But goat cheese and goat milk, sheepskin. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a bunch of materials that could be. Yeah, absolutely. Never heard or seen of that. Yeah, I would imagine what he's describing is probably just being destroyed from the weather. I'm not really sure though. I think the deletion of crops is a bug. It could definitely just be a bug. That's the other thing too, right? Is like it's hard to say. Like, yeah, if it kind of gets to the point where you're like, where you know, where it's like nothing that really makes sense, then yeah, high possibility there's just a bug. You know? Yeah, true. And like Baf said, if you do get to the end of any game, like you win restoring the peace and you eliminate the Baron or whatever it is, you will have the option to say like, yeah, I just want to like continue playing in sandbox mode or whatever. And you can also on the game game mode selection screen or whatever, you can also choose to just do like a peaceful playthrough. You know what I mean? That doesn't have like any enemies or you know, you can turn off like approval requirement demands and stuff like that. Oh dude, look at this guy is going straight through the water with his cart. Look at this guy, here he comes. Oh my gosh, dude. He just manhandled that cart straight through the water, dude. Hopefully I mean he doesn't have anything in his cart. He could have some valuable invisible goods though, dude. I hope not. We can maybe add some fencing now that we have those other pastures set up. I don't think it'll interfere with the sheep. I don't know where fencing might be cool. Maybe like right along here. Oh, maybe along here, along like the riverside? That could... Ooh, fencing along here, maybe. I don't know if we can do it. Let's try it. With crop rotation. Okay, so it might just be with the crop rotation. Yeah, see, I don't think I don't actually, I never use the crop rotation, so I guess I don't have any perspective in that regard. But yeah, now hearing what you're saying, it sounds like that's a high possibility. Let's see if we can add some fencing here. I don't know if it'll look cool or... Might be a little finicky. Oh, it doesn't want to let us. Oh, there we go. I guess they kind of just... I don't know. I guess the fence isn't really good. Unless we can move it closer, because otherwise it's just getting... It's just... Can't really see it in the reeds. I don't know if we can get it close enough onto the road. Can we actually... Does it actually let us build it on the road area? No. So maybe not right there. That might have been cool, but I don't think we can get close enough within the road area. Let's put one across here if we can. Let's see if that works. yeah, come on, baby. Gotta offset it like just slightly. As minimally as possible. There we go. Okay, I mean, that's not bad, right?
Firewood! Come on, come on.
Guess we can't. I was gonna see if we could fence right here too or whatever, but I don't think we'll be able to do that.
Feast you guys on my fine selection.
One on the other corner over here, maybe? Okay, there we go. Alright. Well, we got something here. A little fence area. Or, you know, makeshift fence area. Might not want to let us get away with too much more. I won't mess with it too much, but anyways, we could probably spend a little time adding some more, you know, fencing around here and that, like fake fencing. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I want to make it look pretty until the enemy comes and burns us down. That's right. No, we have an army. We have an army. I mean, we have a small army, but we have an army. We have the crossbowmen are really strong. We have spearmen, and then we have a bunch of treasury, as always, to be able to hire mercenaries. So I'm feeling like we're in a decent spot as far as if we need to defend the town or anything. But yeah, we're going to be going into winter here of year 3, so we're coming up on year 4, and I am definitely interested to see if the AI... Let's take a look at the AI, actually. Pop in on them again and see what's going on. Are they at Tier 2 housing? Oh, they do have, look at that right here. Look at that, Burgage plot, Tier 2, Tier 2. So they have 2 level 2 Burgage plots right here. So yeah, looks like the rest are still level 1, but I guess, yeah, so we can see they're definitely starting to upgrade some houses. There we go. So maybe they're starting to get ready to attack us. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I never use the crop rotation either, so I don't know how that exactly will have an effect. I wouldn't be surprised if it is causing the problem, though. I think we're out of housing space, too, real quick. Let's go ahead and let's get some couple more houses if we can, but I'm not really sure. Where do we want to add more houses now? Our town is getting pretty pretty full. I don't want to just... Oh, maybe we can... here, let's go... Yeah. Down to this river. Another little river walk area right here. And let's see. I hate how the snow makes it really hard to like see what the heck is going on with the previews, building previews. I can't tell if all... I think this one is still missing an extension. Okay, there they all have it like that. Let's just go with that. There we go. Now we got the full river lined up here with houses. That's going to look really nice. Especially as we start to upgrade them. They're going to look really nice. And we're starting to get pork too, because we're using the woodland bonus, and we put some pig pens over here. Because we got a very strong bonus here with the panache or panish or however you say it with the woodland. So starting to get some pork coming in too. Not bad. More housing. All right, cool. And we'll see what happens coming into year 4. I'm definitely intrigued to see if this AI is gonna be super aggressive or what. JP Morgan. How do you manage fields without crop rotation? You just have to manually each season. So basically every time like September comes around, and then you just watch the manually go to the fields and like switch their you know, whatever you want them to plant or whatever for the upcoming season. If you are interested, we do have a we did a live stream like a few weeks back where we did like a whole farming focus challenge and talk about a lot of like farming tips and stuff like that. If you're interested in a little more info too, that's on the channel as well. Why not use rotation? Well, I guess for the reason that we were just talking about, right? So then you don't have stuff disappearing, right? Harry Carmichael, you built a walled town with the other night with 700 stone for the full manor. Yeah, that's a known bug, unfortunately. Yeah, so that's why like in the video, the pinned video where we talk about the update development update article, and you know, opinions about the future of the game and everything. That's why, you know, one of the big sections that God, these market guys are going crazy. The one of the main things that I was talking about was the town walls that people request constantly, because the manor, like the whole manor walls and all that kind of stuff, they're not meant to be town walls. They're, you know, it's a castle planner, a manor building thing for a reason. It's not meant to be for your whole town, which is cool, but you know, we need something for the whole town. So that's where, you know, they said that they were going to implement town walls and they're supposed to be coming, but that's one of those whole things. So you can, you know, hear more about that in my video that's pinned here. But yeah, that's why you can't, you know, people end up basically trying to force it to work with like using the manor, but that's not how it's supposed to work. So it causes bugs and all kinds of issues. So yeah, that's the state of that, unfortunately, right now. Hopefully I didn't miss too many other messages from earlier. Yeah, if you guys haven't checked out Farthest Frontier, definitely check that out. I have a couple Farthest Frontier videos here on the channel too, and we'll continue to check out Farthest Frontier a little bit here and there too. That's definitely. I have several hundred hours in Farthest Frontier, and I've been playing that game for a while now too. Farthest Frontier also had like they had like a 3 or 4 year long like early access period and stuff like that. So you know, they were another one that was like in the development stage and whatnot for a really long time, that I remember being a part of for a while. And it just actually released, the full version of Farthest Frontier actually just released at the end of last year. I think it was in late October. So yeah, it's a pretty good time to check out Farthest Frontier if you're interested in that. All right, the snow is melting. Coming back into spring here. Year 4, baby. Yeah, and like I said, guys, if you are new here to the channel, we do these streams every week, every Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time is the start time. Same time we started today. And, you know, if you're interested, we have a Discord where we have, like, channels for Manor Lords, and you can share screenshots or whatever else, but also, if you're interested in, like, you can get a role that will notify you, like, get a ping for whenever live streams go on. If you want to get a notification for that or just be more in the loop or whatever, feel free to join up. But yeah, live streams here on the channel every Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Pacific time start, for pretty much dedicated for Manor Lords. But yeah, we'll have to see. I have a lot of ideas on the docket for like upcoming, you know, what are going to be like the next videos and stuff. A couple like challenge runs, a couple like maybe a new like series, you know what I mean? You know, the guides will have to probably start, maybe take a little more of the backseat again, right? Because there's just so much change going on. But yeah, definitely have a couple like challenge runs and series and stuff on the horizon. If you guys ever have any ideas or whatever, definitely let me know too. I'm always open to suggestions. But I was thinking about like a no mercenary run where you can't use mercenaries and can't use bandit camps, so that you pretty much have to use your militia and you can't get any like benefits from taking the bandit camps and stuff like that. I was also thinking about a like no resource deposit challenge run where you just can't use any resource deposits. There was one or two that were suggested, I think, earlier even today that I already forgot about. I need to write them down. Oh, maybe like making some of those historical like town layout remakes, you know what I mean, kind of thing. That could also be pretty cool. So yeah, let me know if you guys ever have any suggestions or everything. Always open to input. But we still got some more cool videos coming up here. And I think, yeah, maybe, like I said, too, I would love to, I know it was asked about earlier, too, maybe we'll make, like, a video or a series on, like, you know, aesthetic town design, like how you can maybe approach some ideas on, like, locations on some of the maps that are, like, really cool, and how you can maybe utilize them, and some ideas on some layouts that you can use and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely let me know if you guys have any ideas or anything at any time. Always open. Always open to hearing it. No mercenary run would be cool. Yeah, for sure, right? Because I feel like, you know, we were kind of chatting about it a bit more earlier, but, you know, the mercenary system is like, it's kind of broken, you know? Like, it's not broken in the sense that it doesn't work, but it's broken in the sense that it's just like overpowered, you know what I mean? Like, mercenaries are very easy to obtain and they're very strong, you know? So it would be cool to embrace a bit more of like, because I think that's another thing, like I mentioned in the development update video there, that like, you know, the whole concept of like, and we've talked about multiple times, the whole concept of like regional expansion and, you know, having multiple regions that like, you know, barter with each other and coexist for the, you know, to get all the lands from the king and everything, seems like should be basically like a flagship feature of the game, you know what I mean? But the whole like system for like, you know, interregional trade and stuff ends up like kind of discouraging that. So you know, a lot of times that doesn't end up happening. And similar with the mercenaries and the militia, right? Where I feel in a very similar way, I feel like, yo, the militia system is like super cool. You know, that's one of the like most unique and awesome aspects, in my opinion, is like this whole system, how you rally up the peasants and they take up arms. And that's like, you know, it's not necessarily that you have like an army. It's like you have this militia of like people in your town that defend the town. You know, I think that's like, should be like the forefront of, you know, the military basically, right? Or how, you know, how you get an army or whatever. But it's like, because the mercenaries are just so easy, it's like, I rarely even ever use militia, you know what I mean? Because they're just not that good in comparison. They're like, the mercenaries are just so much more bang for your buck. I'd rather, you know, mercenaries die because then it doesn't impact my town. You know, it's just like way better to just use mercenaries, and it's too easy, right? So that's why I was like, yeah, I would love to like embrace more of the militia, you know what I mean? And there's also, like I was even mentioning, there's even like I don't think I've ever used this polearm militia. Legitimately, I don't think I have ever used the polearm militia, right? Like there's some of these militias that like I've never even used, because I don't think I've ever been at a point in a game where I'm like, oh, like I need pole arms and I'm gonna invest in this whole like production chain for pole arms, because it's just like, who cares? Because I already have like access to all this like mercenaries and stuff. It's like whatever. But the pole arms do like insane dude, these guys do the most damage out of any melee unit by far, because they don't have a shield. These guys do crazy damage. And the spearmen and the footmen are a bit more like, you know, supposed to be more like defensive or whatever. So it's like, yeah, and the crossbowmen, I rarely get around to like producing them. So yeah, like it would be cool to, you know, just kind of embrace more of the militia and try out more of these different units and really strategize with that whole aspect. So yeah, that's definitely one that I've been thinking about for a bit. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and switch. We started to make some pole arms. Let's make some pole arms and try out. We got a ton of crossbows, anyways. Try out some pole arm spear militia or whatever. Pole arm militia, yeah. Because like I said, they are crazy strong. Like, excuse me, against like the like if you go a battle against the Baron, and you know how he'll bring like a 36-man retinue or whatever, and the retinue is like heavily armored and stuff. Dude, these spearmen right here, these polearm guys, these guys will shred anyone that's like armored up or whatever like that. These guys will absolutely decimate them. And then I assume whenever cavalry comes around, you know, they'll probably be super good against them or whatever too. But they're just less defensive, obviously. They're more like a glass cannon, but like never use them, you know. So it's like, yeah, I would love to embrace a little more of that. Yeah, with economy, mercenaries are busted. Yeah, exactly. The trading post can only hold 50 of one good at a time. Yeah, so 50 or per good. Yeah, so you can have like, you know, 50 of one good, 50 of another good, 50 of another good. Yeah, but 50 is like the max trade per item, like per exchange, per trade, per region or whatever. So yeah. So yeah, you can't have, like if you have, like we have, I don't know, like 117 large shields or whatever. If we went to sell large shields, they would only be able to like stock 50 of those here at a time. Yeah, the militia and retinue are both closed systems, 100%, yeah. Have you ever played Dawn of Man? Cities Builder starts prehistoric. I have not played that one. I think I've heard that one. I've not played it though. I'll have to check that one out. I'm going to write that one down. Dawn of Man. Thank you for the suggestion. Excited for the no mercenary run. Heck yeah. Cool. Yeah. Well, that'll probably be one of the next ones that I do, guys. Yeah. I'm glad to hear you guys are into that. Use the pole arms for the flanks. Yeah, exactly. See, so like you send in, yeah, you know, your retinue or your spearmen or whatever that are more defensive. And then you come around the flank with those polearm guys. Oh, dude, it's decimating. They do so much damage. Is it still more efficient to have one family per building? Yeah, it kind of depends. Cavalry would be fine. Yep, sure would. Yeah, as far as one family, is it more efficient with one family per building? So, depends how you look at it, I guess. So it is more efficient in the sense that like you're going to get more artisan shops available or whatever, more backyard extensions, you know what I mean? Just more houses. But maybe less like space efficient. Like, you know, you can fit more double plots or whatever in the space that you could fit single plots, right? So you could fit maybe more population into that same amount of space. That being said, as we touched on earlier, they did include in that update article that it looks like they're also going to reduce the housing extension. Only now adds one living space. It doesn't double the living space. So essentially 3 family spaces per house will end up being the new maximum. So double spaces, you know, you're not going to get the same benefit as far, you know, you're not going to be able to fit 4 families in there anymore. You're only going to be able to fit 3 families. So I guess we'll kind of have to see how that works out in that regard. But I'm still of the opinion that single housing is the best unless you have a specific reason to have more people living on that plot, which is usually means it's because of something like this where you have a veggie farm or an orchard or something where you want the max amount of workers. Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for my thanks for helping out in the chat, by the way, guys. Bath, Ned, Smarties, JV, and all you guys, all my regulars. Appreciate you guys. There's a lot of messages going on. Thanks for helping out with a lot of these questions too. I know Waker's been asking about some of the farming stuff. You guys are helping him out. Thank you so much. FW community, as always. You guys are the best. Got a few more pig pens coming in here, utilizing the most of that bonus that we have with the woodland. We got a good amount of pork. So we're eating good. We got carrots, pork, small game. We got a little bit of berries, a little bit of eggs. Dude, these guys, a couple of quinces, dude. These guys got all kinds. Look at, they're eating like kings out here. Speaking of which, let's get, there's a small berry deposit over here that we're just gathering a few berries from. Okay. So we are producing some of those polearms. We just need more population. We have a couple more housing spaces. I don't really know where we're going to add more. Well, we don't need more population, but I'm just saying if we wanted to like add another militia or something, we would need more population. But I'm just like, I don't know where we would add more houses before we get too, before the town starts to get too like crazy. I'm kind of liking where it's at. I might just like stop with that for a little bit, not add too much more from this point for a little while. Because I got the nice aesthetic here. We got the river dividing the town, central church. Actually, I would love to get the church upgraded. That would probably be the next really cool aesthetic thing to do, right? So we definitely need the stone and the roof tiles. Do we have clay? Oh, we have a regular clay way out here. So let's go ahead and get a clay mine. And then we'll just kind of slowly start gathering up some clay. And get ready to make some roof tiles. Okay, and then we'll need to import a little bit of the rough stone that we'll need for the dress stone. And we have this... Ah, dang, yeah, see, we can't click on anything in here. But we do have this stonemason station that's in here. But I guess we'll just build another one. So we'll need another stonemason station. This will just be a temporary building. And then... we just want to import 20 rough stone. There we go. And then we're going to need a lime kiln to make the mortar. This is just going to be another temporary building. Alright. So the upgraded church, I think, will take the aesthetic level to the next level. And then, of course, level 3 housing will be the ultimate after that, but we need to get some like ale and clothing and stuff going on. We can probably start producing clothing because we have a good amount of wool. We can probably staff up this weaver's shop, start making yarn, and then once we get a little bit of yarn, we can add that tailor shop, start making clothing.
Feast your eyes on our fine selection.
Not too shabby, guys. Not too shabby. Quinces originated in Iran and Persia. I've never heard of a quince like in real life. I definitely have never eaten one. Maybe I've heard of one. Is it something similar to like a kumquat or an apricot or something like that? Let's see. The building that produces iron slabs, is it more efficient to have... Oh, for like an artisan, for like a blacksmith artisan or something? 2 buildings of one family... So, as far as I understand, it's more efficient to have 2 separate single ones with the artisan extensions. As far as I understand, additional families for the artisan extensions, you don't get the full like efficiency of as if they were like another whole new family working there. I think you just get 50% efficiency. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So it's better to have just more individual artisan shops rather than bigger artisan shops. You're going to be miffed if the AI don't come. I know, right? This is all down... Guys, if we don't get attacked here, it's all Baff's fault. Everything's been for nothing. We just completely wasted our Sunday. First time playing on challenging. Approval family migration is killing you. No, you got this. You got this, Spiral. If you haven't checked it out, Spiral or anyone else, I highly recommend. We have a series that just came out recently, just within the last week, so it's fully current and updated and everything. A series is just two-part series for a full campaign, restoring the peace on challenging difficulty, and of course I, narrate and explain everything along the way, everything from, when we start from the very beginning, kind of assessing the region, the strategy and decision making behind like the starting location that we chose and why, what kind of the town establishment initial goals are, what the mid to late game goals are, what we're going to be doing to reach those kind of stages, and then just executing everything all along the way, moving at a pretty decent pace. Like I said, it's just 2 parts. So part 1 is more kind of like town establishment. By the end of part 1, it's like in year 3, and we've already got 2 additional expanded regions, already got a settlement going in an additional region, and then part 2 is expanding that additional settlement region, and then continuing to get the rest of the regions on the map, leading up to that final battle with the Baron, and it's a pretty epic big battle or whatever at the end. So, but yeah, I definitely explain a lot of, and particularly kind of explain a lot of what are kind of like the main differences between like, okay, you're playing on challenging versus playing on default. This is kind of the main things that you need to keep in mind at these stages of the game. You know what I mean? So, yeah, if you haven't checked that out, highly recommend check that out. It could help out. Could help you out a lot. You created a sausage empire, AJ? Yeah, dude, sausages are absolutely, that's probably like the best food source in the game. Like if you have a salt deposit, sausages are crazy. It's sausages or of course wheat bread. I mean that that goes without saying. Wheat bread is just that's just absolutely absurd. But yeah, sausages are crazy, dude. Yeah. That's what's up. Cranking them out. Usually go for single homes, yeah, unless it's vegetarian. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. That's my exactly Boyker, 100%. Yeah, Sausage Empire, yeah. And once again, too, it was one of the live streams that we did in the recent past, but I uploaded the VOD here on the channel as an actual video VOD, but we set up like a whole butcher shop Sausage Empire if you're interested in checking that out too, get a little more insight on how to set that up, I guess.
So fresh it's practically still mooing.
You only do the JV, you only do the artisans for doubles in the case that you have too much pre-production. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's a good like note to that. Absolutely. Talking about bloomery in this instance, not artisan plots. Oh, just like a regular... Yeah, so this, I don't think... So correct me if I'm wrong, Bath, JV, any of you guys, but this, I don't think you should... Like, this, each family should be working at full capacity, basically, right? It's not like... It's not the same in the sense of if you add another family, they're only working at 50% capacity, right? That's only for artisan shops. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but yeah. In this case, like, the second family, if they're getting the most use out of them, I think really comes down to the logistics and stuff. If they're able to get a consistent delivery of the crafting materials that they need, right? Farming is still enjoyable, AJ. You never played the old version, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, the farming's great. The farming system, yeah, no, the farming systems, they haven't really changed too. The farming's been, I don't think that's been really changed too much from the beginning. That's kind of always been how it is right now, which is good. It's kind of been good from the beginning. It's just like a bit more of a complex setup. It's always been in like that regard, but no, it is a nice system. The farming is great in this game. Yeah, like okay, so Battlefield come down to logistics in theory, 2 families, 1. Okay. Okay. So yeah, there you go. Is there a terraforming tool in this game? Negative. No terraforming tool in this game, but there is definitely, if you've played Farthest Frontier, or if you've checked, you know what that is or whatever. We were talking about it earlier. Farthest Frontier definitely has terraforming as like a pretty big aspect, or can be if you want to lean into it. But no terraforming in Manor Lords at all. What's the single best way to make stonks? Well, I don't know. You got a few different options. Depends on your town layout. For that one, I would say just that one's too hard to give a straight answer to. At this point, it's just too much like fluidity and the trade systems and all that are like, varying prices of items and stuff like that. But if you are, yeah, I would just watch the economy guide, the updated economy guide that we posted here about a week or two ago. That's going to have everything that you need for boosting up a major economy. But it just depends on, like, if you want to take the, you know, Vogtland perk, or if you don't, or if you have certain rich resources in your region or whatever. But if you don't want to rely on any of those factors as just for, like, what's available in any region, like a good item that I can sell, the best item to sell, like, just in general, that doesn't rely on anything else, is shoes. Because you can add goats to backyard pens that will give you hides, or you can also bring in sheep into your town, and then the sheep you can slaughter for hides as well. So either way, as long as you're, you know, have a way to get hides, if you invest in either one of those livestock options, you'll get hides and you'll be able to produce shoes, and shoes are very profitable. But outside of that, you know, a lot of your best options are going to be kind of dependent on, do I have fertility? Do I have, you know, a rich iron or a rich stone or whatever? Or, you know, do I want to take the Vogtland perk or whatever?
Right up and simple.
Quinces related to apple and pear. Oh, okay. So it's very hard for typically yellow shaped like a pear. Oh, okay. So you know what? I've had an Asian pear. Is that kind of? It sounded maybe similar, you know. And I don't. Once again, I live in Pacific Northwest in USA, so it's like, you know, take Asian pear with a grain of salt. But you know what I mean? It's like yellow. It was like a yellow pear that was somewhat shaped like a. Sounds very similar to what you described, and it was pretty crisp, hard. You know what I mean? Interesting. Transportation is the, yeah, 100% AJ. And I'll reiterate this in every video that I possibly can. Efficiency of logistics is the most paramount aspect in this game, 100%, like overall, and it ties into, like, literally everything, right? So if you're feeling like, anytime people are asking me, like, you know, oh, I'm noticing, like, you know, my people aren't getting firewood to the marketplace, or, you know, my this production chain isn't working or whatever, it's almost always certainly a result of, like, there's some issue with the logistical layout, and there's, like, some bottlenecks that are going on that are just really pushing back, you know, a lot of those tasks and stuff. It's absolutely paramount in this game. It's like one of the most important aspects that just ties into literally everything. Totally, yeah. And so, you know, that kind of becomes the challenge when you want to embrace aesthetics a little more. You got to think about, how am I going to balance, you know, logistics into the aesthetics and stuff, right? So I think we got a decent balance going here, but, you know, that's just kind of something you kind of, you know, need to consider at all stages in that regard, I guess. You know what I mean? That being said, I think we'll add another. Speaking of which, let's add another granary over here. That way we have, like, a storage area for our farming tasks that they don't have to walk all the way across town. You think you upgraded the housing too quickly? Yes. Absolutely, Spiral. That's another great point to mention there. And something that we've talked about many times as well, which is definitely that, like, so the approval requirements, every time you upgrade a house, as soon as the house is upgraded, they immediately activate a whole new set of requirements. So it's like, if you don't kind of, like, pre-think about having clothing available and pre-think about having ale and stuff like that, if you upgraded too many houses before you've had that infrastructure set up, all of a sudden you could be like, whoa, like, you know, you start falling behind very easily. So that's definitely, yeah, definitely keep that in consideration, 100%. Speaking of, like, clothing and demands and stuff, we can see we have a decent amount of yarn coming in. So let's go ahead and add that tailor's shop, and we'll start making clothing. Who does the transporting labor? So it depends. Yeah, the workers that are in the granary and storehouse do a lot of. They do like probably a majority of the transporting. But like people who work, you know, there's different categories of transporting and stuff. You know what I mean? Depends where the item is going, what it's being used for, stuff like that. But typically, your workers at the granary and storehouse, yes, will do a lot of the transporting. And side note, sounds like, you know, maybe some of you guys are new and getting some beginner tips here. So if you have any of your storage buildings, whether that's storehouse or granary, always make sure you upgrade that storehouse, upgrade your granary, upgrade your storehouse as soon as you possibly can. And I don't mean that just because you get, you know, more storage space, but the workers to kind of get a more detailed answer on your question here of who does the transporting. So to give perspective here, we can see, so if you look at these guys, like, look at these guys. They are carrying planks, which means they're probably only carrying like, you know, one plank each or something like that. Whereas this person over here, they got a hand cart. So this person's probably carrying like 5 planks or something. You know what I mean? They're probably carrying like 5 times as much stuff or whatever. You know what I mean? Or whatever it is that they're carrying. But you see what I mean? So the hand carts, when you upgrade your storage buildings, they automatically come with more hand carts. So that's why you want to make sure you upgrade your storehouse, upgrade your granary. Make sure you have as many carts available, hand carts available in your town as possible. That's definitely a big priority in that regard. And then utilizing the advanced settings here will be your friend as far as like if you really start to like expand, you know, and like we can, for example, we just added this other granary over here. Or it's still under construction, but once it's done, we can access the advanced tab. And so, for example, we could like put our home granary here, the one that's in the middle, that's like stocking the market. We could be like, okay, don't accept any crops. You know what I mean? Because I want this other granary, because it's closer to the fields and stuff. I want them to accept the crops, and I don't want people walking all the way across town to like transport stuff to this granary and impede, you know, these workers that are stocking the marketplace and stuff. You know what I mean? So you can use the advanced settings to kind of force what you want where. Or you could also go here and do the work area, and you could set the work area manually and tell them, like, oh, I want you to only gather goods from here or there, whatever it is, right? But personally, I like to just leave the work areas unlimited and just manually adjust the accepted goods. So, you know, then we'll go to this granary and be like, basically just don't accept anything other than the crops, and then probably like the grain and flour, because they're going to make the grain and flour over here too. You know what I mean? So there you go. So grain, flour, and crops are going to be going to this granary that we built over here, closer to the farming stuff. And once again, you know, upgrade that. And then we set up our main granary that it's not going to accept. It's not going to accept the crops. You know what I mean? And not going to accept the grain and the flour. So there we go. And then we would go ahead, like we're coming up on, we're going to get some grain, so we'll add a bakery extension. So, you know, this is just a preference in this case. You know, I'm feeling like I can go ahead and just take someone off the work pool here and just have them as a full-time baker, even though they're probably just going to have nothing to do for majority of the year. I want to get the most food out of my grain, you know what I mean? So I want to have the bakery extension, but you could totally just use the communal oven right here in this case. Or, you know, could be maybe one of those situations where once they add the new tier of housing, as they talked about, then that bakery extension is going to be on the new tier 2.5 or whatever, right? So it's like we wouldn't be able to add a bakery yet. You know, we'd need to upgrade our house one more time to get to that point. So just kind of things to consider there as far as, you know, I'm just kind of talking out loud as far as that whole food thing. Sorry, probably more of an answer than you were asking for, but all right. So I want to get these things done here real quick. We got this church material. So we imported the stone. I'm going to go ahead and we don't need any more rough stone. We're good on that. Let's get those converted into the dress stone. And then we need someone for the lime kiln to get the... let's see, we need someone for the lime kiln to get the mortar that we need. Let's take one of our logging guys for now. Alright, cool. getting that coming in, and then we'll get clay very shortly as well. Just some clay. That's another good point too, Jay Voodoo, about adding additional buildings, is then you have more maintenance requirements or whatever too, right? Yeah, so, yep. Do you work with specialized marketplaces or mostly central? Yeah, that's another good question too. You can do it either way. You could definitely do either way. I like in this case, like, you know, kind of just have a central one, and the town's not like super big where I feel like it's necessary to have multiple, and our logistics are fine. But in this case, to kind of expand on what we were setting up over here, we could set up, like, we could put a bakery housing, for example, right? We could be like, oh, I'm going to put a bakery housing extension right here. We got our farming thing, we've got our granary, we've got our windmill, and then have a separate market area right here that only accepts bread, right? And we could just have like a self-sustained bread production little zone going on over here. So that is definitely an option. Actually, that is like, if you look at it from an objective standpoint, that's the most efficient way to do things, because the markets have infinite extent. So you could put a marketplace all the way in the corner of your region, and technically it's still going to reach, you know, all of your houses or whatever. So yeah, that is best practice from, you know, like a objective, you know, min-max kind of standpoint. But from just purely necessity standpoints or whatever, you don't really need to do that unless you start to realize that you're running into, like, you're falling behind on, you know, stocking things or whatever else, you know what I mean? So like in this case where we're at, you know, it's not too much of a concern. But if things started like really getting much bigger or whatever, then yeah. It's good either way. Good either way. But yeah, objectively, if you really want to min-max, it's probably best to have specialized markets, yeah. Which would be somewhat like, I know a lot of you maybe have watched like Tacticat tutorials if you're familiar with like the Flexo design. That's kind of the concept that, you know, that he was talking about, I think, with like that whole Flexo design, is that it's like a self-sustained like production and market distribution little zones or whatever, you know what I mean? Let's hope local trade will stay in the new patch. Much better than pack stations for... Yeah, we'll have to see, dude. We will have to see, Bert. Yeah, honestly, right now it's just kind of like, who knows, dude. Alright, we're coming up on September. I forgot we still had people employed at the farmhouse here, but that's okay. They're ready to go for the harvest. Okay, so but we don't need... Yeah, we're done on mortar. So I'm just going to delete the land kiln. It's literally just we need the mortar just for the church, that's it. And then we're producing the rough stone and the dress stone, and then we're going to get clay for roof tiles, and we're going to get our church upgraded, and then we're going to be looking really good. But, guys, pressure's on. Bath. Are you feeling the pressure, Bath, or what? I mean, we're in August of year 4, and we're not getting attacked. Where's this AI, dude? What's going on? Let's check back in on the AI. Let's see what's up with them. Here's their level 2 housing. And they're looking pretty similar to what they were before, I guess. Looks like they added maybe even more. They got a bunch of these backyard gardens and stuff, dude. These guys are probably swimming in food and fruits, dude. Look at that. I mean, they're probably rich. I mean, look, dude, they're probably rich as hell. Look, they got a rich clay deposit and a rich stone deposit, dude. This guy's probably swimming in money. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, they have a manor over here. Random manor over here. I don't know. Maybe, well, the clock's ticking, Bath. Clock's ticking. We'll see. Alright, September's coming up. We already have people assigned at the farmhouse. I think we can afford like one more for now. So farming stuff will come up. There's not too much farm tasks that they'll have, but you can see here if you want to look at a manual you know, change of fields here. Well, obviously we don't have a very large scale farming operation, but we'll do manual change of the fields here if you want to see what's going on with that. That'll be coming up. Yeah, they definitely need to expand the pack station mechanics. Yeah, that ties into basically everything that we've been yapping about, and I've definitely talked about that one quite a few times. The pack station, yeah, like because I said, the interregional, you know, that whole system should be like we should want to expand regions. You know, that should be like encouraged. And the bartering system is like a big factor in that. And right now the bartering system just is not, doesn't give us nearly enough control. It works, you know, as I've demonstrated, and you know, like we set up a bartering connection, for example, in that challenging Restoring the Peace series, and it works great. It's just that it has no control. Like you can't tell them like, oh, only barter X amount of items, or you know, and so next thing you know, if you lose track for a second, all of a sudden they've bartered away all your stuff, you know, that you didn't really mean to, or something like that. And then you also cannot, you know, like we have this great, they did a good job of like giving us this trade records tab here where we can like monitor, you know, my profits and spending and all that kind of stuff. We need this for the bartering. Like I need to know, like I need to have a page just like this that tells me like, oh, you just bartered X amount of items for this or that with other region and stuff. But that stuff, we don't have any of that information. We don't have any of those tools right now. That to me, that's like when I read the rest of the trade stuff, that's where I was like, dude, you know what I mean? Like huge missed opportunity here, guys. Like forget about revamping the regular trade works fine, dude. Like like these pack stations need work. Like let's get that. Let's fix the pack stations, dude. You know what I mean? So we can have the regional setup going, right? So anyways, we're not gonna regress back into all that, but yeah, like definitely I hope, you know, that the pack stations and the whole regional setup thing, it hopefully will be, you know, way more. Okay, so here we can see supply. See, so I don't know if this is what you're describing, but like we have supplies that are sitting out in the fields right now, and some of them are getting destroyed right now because they're just sitting out getting soaked by the rain. So that's something you need to, you know, consider as well. But like it's just kind of is what it is. If you get a plowing station and you have an ox for your farming tasks, that helps a lot. Like it's definitely with like the plowing and stuff, but also for like gathering. The ox gathers like bulk amounts of the harvested goods to take back to the farmhouse or whatever, so it's really nice. All right, so basically once they're done, so like see this one's not like, see they must have like they're at 99% harvest, so they're not quite done, so we can't do anything here yet. But like this field is done, so we can see it, all these things are filled out, and we can access this tab. So now I'm just going to manually be like, let's switch it probably to wheat now, because we just used rye. And so now the rye fertility went down, and the wheat fertility is probably still about as good as it's going to get. Once again, we don't, you know, we're not in a fertile region, so we don't have amazing fertility here. But so for example, I'll just be like, okay, switch it to rye, to wheat. Same thing over here. So these two were previously rye, and now I'm switching them to wheat, and then we'll do the opposite on the outside. So these were previously wheat, now they're down to 16%. And so this one will switch to, see, rye is not great on this one either. So we have an option here. We could choose to just like take a low yield on something else, or we could just let this fallow for now and see if it, you know, regenerates a little bit or what. I'll go ahead and just take maybe a small yield of barley, you know, whatever. This is where it comes down to like preference, you know what I mean? We can let this one fallow just to kind of get a look at what's going to change. You can see right now it's at 13% wheat, 19% rye, and we'll let it fallow. And actually you can even let it fallow just within the window. Like we can still get this planted by the end of, you know, by November, and still get some regeneration from the fallow. So once again, remember we're at, see, it's already going up. We were at 19%. Look, it's like going up by the second. It was at 19% for rye. We just saw it go up to 20, now 21. So yeah, like you can see the fallow will actually start to make effects pretty quickly. So, you know, this one will probably let fallow for like into October, and then maybe we'll plant rye or something, you know what I mean? So those are kind of your options as far as like turning over the fields. Depends where you're placing them and what fertility you have and stuff, but that's kind of the process there. Yeah, tier 2 consumes ale, yeah. At least for now. I'm not sure if maybe when they release the new housing tier thing, the tier 2 housing might not consume. I think, from what I understood, I would assume that the tier 2 housing will no longer consume ale coming into when they introduce that new thing. We should be able to swap, say, 30 sheep for 30 planks or whatever helps the regions. Yeah, well, I guess it just depends on like the value of what items you're swapping, right? But yeah. I guess you're saying you just want to be able to swap anything regardless of value. Yeah. Fair enough. Actually, that happened to you in your town. The AI attacked your town and you were trying to push to claim the... Oh, wow. Interesting. Is local trade better than bartering? It's just another alternative option. Just depends on how you want to do it. I like the bartering because the bartering works smoother. Right now, the like regional local trade thing feature just kind of sucks, to be honest. Doesn't really work half the time. Bartering works. Bartering definitely works. It works well. It's just you don't have much control over it. That's what sucks. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Flat Rock. Totally. That's a fair point, yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. So we'll have to say, I'm not really sure if the tier, like, because it'll be tier 1, tier 2, I guess tier 2.5 as they're calling it, and then tier 3. I would assume that means tier 2 will not consume ale, and the new tier 2.5 is when they'll start consuming ale, but I'm not for sure on that. He's breaking the beer rules, yeah, dude. they're getting too thirsty. Added to your list of testing, yeah. Get on it, Baff. Honestly, Baff, what are you doing, dude? How do you not have all this information already? Oh my gosh. Can you believe this guy? everyone send all your complaints to Baff. That's my HR department. Pausing fields will prevent farmers from harvesting all fields and leaving harvest get soaked. Oh, true. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, see, like Jay Voodoo, that's another good suggestion there. Jay Voodoo said, yep, you could maybe, yeah, you could do some strategic micromanagement to kind of get them to prioritize gathering the harvest and stuff like that. Yeah, I would say though, like I mentioned, adding the if you're able to add the ox, the plowing station, and add the ox, that makes a big difference for them being able to get all the tasks done in time, including the harvesting, because they are able to harvest like a bulk amount with the ox. But yeah, see, we got a decent amount of, we got 40 rye sheaves. That's going to be good for 80 wheat bread or 80 rye bread, and 17 wheat sheaves. So that's going to be good for like what 60 some wheat bread. So not bad at all for like a very minimal, investment and whatever setup. Do sheep graze the fallow parts? There used to be a feature where you could like add a fenced up section to the fields and let the sheep go graze on them, but they removed it. Yeah, everyone would drink ale back. Yeah, they didn't have a legal drinking age back in the day. Not now. Yeah, that was removed, yeah. At least it was clean and safe to drink. Yeah, you had that, like, organic ale straight from the tap, dude. That's right. They didn't have any, no processed Bud Light or anything like that, huh? So if we check back, so see, guys, you see what I mean? This one, check it out. We had this one we just set to fallow right after it got harvested, and remember it started, the rye was down at 19% fertility. And look, we're still in October, and this rye has already jumped back up to 37%. So we're, you know what I mean? This is regenerating pretty quickly. We can still let this regenerate and then still get it planted with the higher fertility rate by the end of our, opportunity window here. So that's another thing for you guys to consider. Of course, this is a little dependent on like how large scale is your farming operation, because if you have like too much stuff going on, that might be a little crazy, but this is another tactic that you can consider here. Just wanted to show you guys. See, look, I mean, this fertility is still on the rise. So by the time it hits like November, we'll check it again, but we'll probably have like a pretty strong fertility rate once again for rye, just by letting it fallow during the autumn months and still be able to replant. So that's another thing that you could try if you are. See, now we're up to 40%. There you go. Baff the backbone, dude. Baff is fab. That's right. Oh, gosh. Your fault. You're a bit behind with Manor Lords. 300 hours you spent on Farthest Frontier. I know, dude. I'm sorry, guys. I got Bath hooked on the wrong game, and he's been investing his efforts in the wrong area. No bueno. Yeah, Farthest Frontier is a fantastic game, though. Honestly, like I said, in my opinion, it's underrated. Like, I don't know why Farthest Frontier is not like, I don't know, like, you know, like you just from like a purely like, you know, if you go to like GameStats.com or whatever, you can see like Manor Lords has already made like $50 million. You know what I mean? And it hasn't even been out for 2 years, and it's still riddled with bugs and in early access and all kinds of stuff. Farthest Frontier has been, you know, they released their early access like 4 years ago, and they now have the full version of the game is released and stuff, and they've maybe made like a third of that amount of revenue. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously, you know, Manor Lords is Manor Lords, but I'm just kind of like, wow, like, really? Like, Farthest Frontier is better than that, dude. Farthest Frontier is legit, honestly. Underrated. All right, so we're up to 45% now. So, yeah, by the time we get back into November, we're going to have a pretty decent fertility again. So, yeah, hopefully you guys can see how that kind of worked. And so we could have maybe, you know, let some of these others wait for a little bit more time as well and let them beef back up in some of that time frame too. But, yeah, just for the concept here that you guys can see. So let's go ahead and get that set up again. And then maybe we'll, once we get some sun here again, maybe we'll do another town walk, and then we'll get ready to complain to Bath about why we haven't been raided by this AI yet.
Firewood, firewood.
The ale issue still sucks. So what do you mean? What do you mean by that, AJ? What do you mean by ale issue? You mean like it's just tough to supply it, or becoming the Skyrim of city builders? Yeah, I mean, dude, Skyrim is absolutely goated game, right? So you can't go wrong with that. All right, looks like we got our dress stone, so we're done with the stonemason station. Get rid of that. Okay, so we just need the clay. So we'll get our clay, and then we'll get ready to upgrade this church. So we need it now. We need a clay furnace. Let's just add one of those somewhere. That's cool.
Meat so tender, it practically melts in your mouth. Go and see for yourself.
You bought a key. Oh, wait. Wait till you get hooked on stranded alien. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's the one you shared in the Discord the other day, right? Yeah, I added it to my wish list to see if it ever goes on sale. Because, like you said, the regular price of it is like, it's like $35. It's a little pricey, so.
Cheated him? Never. Perhaps he simply does not know how to cook properly.
Ale supply is your biggest woe in this game. Yeah, I feel ya. See, it's tough. Like, see, and that's where they need to, and you know, this is one of those things where it's like, this is a temporary, like, it is tough to supply your town with ale right now because obviously you're pretty much dependent on barley, and if you don't have good fertility, it's like, you know, there's no way that you can realistically supply, you know, a reasonably sized town with ale consistently from non-fertile land farming barley. So that's where we need, like right here, the cider. You know, we need to be able to make the cider from our orchards, and we need to be able to make the mead. Where's mead? Mead's on here too somewhere. Honey, wax, malt. I don't know, maybe I'm just fried right now and I can't see it, but mead is on here too. So, you know, this is a bit, it is tough right now, but it will oh, mead's right here. So there we go. So yeah, soon we'll be, you know, so that's like, that'll be a lot better because barley is dependent on, you know, basically the fertility, right? Whereas like fruit, you know, you can plant apples in any region and you can place apiaries in any region, right? So it'll be a lot better once we get those things introduced into the game, which is another one of those things that I'm sitting here kind of like, why didn't we get ale or why didn't we get cider and mead instead of stupid trade overhaul? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's obviously it's coming soon at some point. They've set up the infrastructure for it. We can see the items in the wiki and everything. So, but for now, it's definitely it's tough. Yeah. See, I'm still not supplying ale to the town because we don't have it. That being said, we have a strong. This is where a strong economy comes back into play. So I would just kind of go. We could choose. This is another really odd setup here. Barley is a major trade, but malt is a minor trade. So I would obviously recommend just go ahead and purchase the malt. Don't even bother with the barley. You don't need to buy the trade route or deal with any of that stuff. So we're just going to import some malt, and we'll set up a brewery housing extension and get that going. But that's basically your only option if you don't have like barley able to be farmed, right? Is you have to have a strong economy to be able to import, either malt to produce the beer or whatever. Maybe we'll put our tavern right here. Go. Tavern coming in, so we're just building some infrastructure for some ale production soon. Oh, and let's see, are we producing? Oh, we have it on the wrong one, linen, so we need to switch it to the yarn. We want them to be using the yarn to make clothes, so now I guess they've been doing nothing the whole time, unfortunately, but now they'll get going on that. Okay, and then we can see, look, they threshed up all that grain and everything. Perfect. So we got a good amount of farming tasks done there for a minimal operation. We'll just staff the windmill. And let's also staff... See, this is where I should have had the granary staff probably for this time as well. But then now is... we already have the bakery extension, so that should start rocking with bread. And then we'll staff up this mining pit for clay. And then we'll start getting the roof tiles prepared that we need to upgrade the church. And Bath's gonna be sweating, dude. We're almost in December. There's only like 1 month left. I don't think it's happening. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Ned. Now Ned's dude, Ned, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. You're getting sucked in, dude. You're just agreeing with Bath for no reason, dude. Oh my goodness. Pray for Ned, guys. Everybody say a prayer for Ned. He's going down a dark path. Huh. They have different uses. True. Yeah, oh, sorry. There was a question about goats or pigs. Yes. Or to dairy. Yeah, goats versus chickens versus pigs. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so... you can see I do have some chickens here, and then we have some pigs as well. So this definitely, one of the main things that I would say factors in here, which we kind of, looked at a couple times here, is you go to whatever reason you have, go to the environment tab and see what you have for environmental affinities. So first of all, if we go here to this woodland environment, you're going to see there's like this one called panage or panage or whatever. And it gives you like a positive benefit to your pigs specifically. So like in this case, there's like a 76%, we can see right here, 76% current effect. That's obviously pretty massive, right? So like if I have this in my region, I'm probably thinking to myself, like, yeah, I want to use pigs, you know what I mean? Because they're just, the benefit that you get from this is pretty strong. But otherwise, I would say from an overall standpoint, and this kind of ties into anyone that's watched the, a lot of you guys are probably familiar with our whole Nike economy. That's what ties into why, the whole Nike economy, where I would say, unless you're doing pigs because you have a really strong woodland bonus, or you're trying to make sausages or something like that, goats are definitely superior from an overall standpoint, because goats are going to provide you a meat source, the Siobhan meat. They're also going to provide an animal produce source with the milk, and then they're also going to provide you with hides that you can turn into leather and turn into shoes and make profit or supply your town with the shoes or whatever. So goats definitely, like from an overall standpoint, without factoring in any other variables, goats for sure. But based on like if you have if you have like a strong woodland environment, pigs. If you have like a salt deposit that you're planning on making sausages, then definitely pigs. And then chickens are kind of like the last on the list. So chickens have they're kind of a give and take. Like so like the reason I put chickens here on these houses, for example, is this region, when I first settled it, it just had this rich hunting deposit, which I, staffed right away or whatever. But the hunting, and especially right now in the particular current version of the game, the hunting is like really weak. So I was not even really getting enough food to like feed people for over the winter and stuff. So I added some chicken coops early on, quick, because the chicken coops are the cheapest and easiest to get. And they do have decent, like, they have pretty high production rates compared to, like, the goats or whatever. It's just that you're only going to get, like, a small amount of eggs, basically. But, like, the animal produce category is kind of hard to fulfill. Outside of, we got the milk from the goats and whatever. So, like, eggs are pretty good to have. And the chickens do produce eggs faster than the goats produce milk. So I think it's a pretty good idea to kind of have like some of all of them in that regard. But hopefully that helps. But so it kind of depends on what your goal is, or what your needs are, and what your goals are, and what your setup is. But basically, TLDR, chicken's really good for quick, easy, cheap, and to fulfill the animal produce category in particular. Goats best overall, and pigs are definitely really good if you have a strong woodland environment and if you are making sausages. Hopefully that's a decent breakdown of that. Oh my gosh, Bath, I don't think it's happening, dude. We are December 12th. Where are they at? Where's these raiders, huh? Or where's this AI? Oh my gosh, you just can't trust this guy with anything, huh? Let's also sell some excess wool because we have the Vogtland perk, and wool sells for 2. Where's wool? Right here. Export. Just keep some surplus around for our crafting needs. Sell the rest. We did watch some videos about the game. That's all. Yeah, you're see, now you're just hopping on the bandwagon with BAFTA. You gotta be careful. Yeah, and I mean, like, so you definitely can do farming in non-fertile regions. I just, depending how big your town gets, I mean, there's a certain point where your town gets large enough that it's like, unless you have like a really strong, like, barley areas, I don't think you're going to be able to keep up with people constantly consuming ale, depending on how many people are consuming ale, but yeah. Oh, ale's getting consumed by level 1 plots as well? Well, that's definitely a bug if that's the case. Yeah, that's an issue, Bummer. Yeah, and so, yeah, JV's got some great insight here, too, guys, for some other farming tricks that you can maybe think about. JVoodoo. Replant, yeah, get the farming in low percents, and then you can replant in March. You just let the fallow go for over the winter time or whatever. You're drinking ale drinking level 1. Interesting. Yeah, that's not a problem. Replanting in March, sometimes crops don't fully grow. Yeah, it will. You might not get a full harvest, but I don't know. It depends on like how much you gain from the fertility regenerating versus the time or whatever. So I don't know. JV probably has more insight on that. How many goat plots would you need to sustain a shoot chain? Well, so it depends on like if you're also consuming, like if you also have like a bunch of tier 3 housing in your town where you're also consuming the shoes. But I would say like a minimum of 10 goat pens is going to be pretty much necessary to have like somewhat consistent source of hides coming in. But yeah, if you start expanding like your town and upgrading your houses and stuff, you're definitely going to want more than that. You probably want to double up to something like, upwards of 20 in that case. But I would say 10 is usually kind of my, like if I'm just kind of setting up like a standard town or whatever and just kind of getting that production chain going or whatever, I usually try to get 10 as like a starting number and then just kind of go from there based on needs. Oh, let's do a winter town walk here. Let's check out the town in winter. The raiders occur on March. Yeah. No, we're gonna. I'm sure we'll have more raiders, but Baff was saying Baff had guaranteed us that the AI was gonna attack us. All right, so we're walking down from the farmland area over here, walking towards the town. Check out the snowy vibes and our additions to the town here that have been made. The Adidas economy, yeah. Oh, it's TH. It's Thomas Hazelwood. What's up, dude? I didn't even see your name there for a second. Sorry about that. What's up, TH? Welcome in, dude. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Oh, this is one of our pigs right here. One of our pigs. He's on the loose. He's escaping. This is valuable bacon right here, guys. Who's in charge of this pig? Okay, there you go. Yeah, back in your pen. There you go. There you go. Good piggy. Good job, good job, good job. Nice, okay. Good thing we were here. Thank God we were here, dude. Oh my gosh. And got that nice peaceful kind of vibe in the winter with the snow and everything. Pretty nice. Got our manor right over there. Got our sheeps out here. What's going on right here? Is this just a rock? There's like a freaking massive boulder in the middle of the road, dude. Someone's gonna come through with a wagon and it's gonna decimate the wagon, dude. Yo, watch out, watch out. There's a boulder here, bro. Okay, he turned. Good. He saw there was a boulder here and he diverted his course. This handcart is about to get destroyed, bro. We gotta keep that intact. Good job. It's a good thing we're here patrolling the town, guys. I mean, we got sheep on the loose. We got boulders in the road. Well, what's going on out here? This is chaos. All right, let's keep our making the rounds. We got to inspect. We've got some sheep out here loose in the road. Gotta get that taken care of. Yeah, Baff. He guaranteed us year 4, dude. It's all Baff's fault, guys. Another Sunday completely wasted thanks to Baff. His brothers were deadly. Oh, we got to visit our shrine here. This is the shrine to commemorate all of the treacheries that Baff has committed against our town. And it's immortalized here at this shrine. Never forget. All right, don't mind the collision here. We're definitely staying on the bridge this time. Surely. Tom Hardy is a legend. You also get hides from sheep once you slaughter them. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the absolutely. So, and once you get a decent amount of sheep in your town and they start kind of just like passively reproducing, then you just have a butcher shop and you can just kind of, slaughter the. I think we've talked about before. This was you guys helped me out a lot with this one. I think we figured out that it's best to. Apparently, the sheep reproduction cap out at like 33, right? I think is what people have said is the magic number. So as long as you have 33 sheep, you just let them reproduce lambs and you just constantly slaughter the lambs. And then that way you're not impeding on the sheep's, like your population of sheep are just constantly reproducing and you're not taking away from their population and you're just constantly slaughtering the lambs and they're just constantly producing more lambs passively.
These things simply does not know how to cook properly.
Oh, this is nice right here with the market and everything. Ooh, look at this freaking view right here, dude. Nuts. Feast your eyes on our fine selection. Step on up and sample. You guys got sample? Free samples?
Meat so tender, it practically melts in your mouth.
I'll take a sample.
Come and see for yourself.
Nice little blueberry here. Mmm.
Keep your half warm.
What else we got? What is this?
Vegetables.
What are these?
Get your daily dose of greens.
What are these
Healthy
like?
and hearty.
empty, or I guess they're just empty baskets.
You'll not find
Okay.
finer wares anywhere else.
That was a nice berry.
Never. Perhaps he simply does not know how to cook.
Ooh, do some clothes shopping? Ooh, I'm in the market for,
Keep your
oh,
heart
look
warm,
at that.
cozy.
Swag.
Berries so plump
Okay.
and juicy, you'll want to eat them by the bushel.
Head on down to the Nordstrom
Keep your
rack.
heart warm.
That's a nice looking,
Berries so
that's a
plump
nice
and
looking
juicy,
tunic right here.
you'll
Look at
wanna
that.
Eat them by the bushel.
That blue one right there? That's pretty nice.
Look here.
Dang, dude.
Keep your heart warm.
All right. Yeah,
Berries
stocked up with
so
some good
plump
stuff
and
here, dude.
juicy,
Nordstrom.
You'll want to eat them by the bushel.
Okay.
Well,
Not too bad.
Perhaps it was vegetables. Get your daily dose of greens.
Get your daily dose of greens. That's Lord Costco. Oh no, the sheep are starting to populate our little. Oh my gosh, look. So here's what happens. This is one of our fences that we. So now the sheep are, since they're repopulating and we're not slaughtering them. So this is their little pasture area now for these guys. So there, I guess there's 4 sheep here in this pasture right now. It looks like. Well, they're about to get ran over by this ox, dude. Watch out, dude. Dang, this ox doesn't care at all, bro. It's just gonna absolutely plow through the sheep. Jeez. No remorse. That's kind of messed up, dude. Medieval PETA is gonna be having a field day. Let's pay our respects real quick. Yeah. Yeah. Respect to the fallen, dude. It's been real, man. Pour one out for the homies, guys. Thank you for accepting your newbie questions, by the way. Yeah, no worries. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm happy to help. And I know, like, Bath and Jay Voodoo and Most Smarties Ned, a lot of the regulars here, everyone's very... absolutely W community. You guys are the best. Everyone's really, really helpful, very courteous and nice. And, you know, we also have fun kind of making fun of ragging on Bath. You know, he's our... he's our token class clown, if you will. But no, everyone's here is very, very helpful, very nice. We all share a passion for this game, and always open to, if you guys have any questions or anything, always happy to help as best as possible. But all I ask in return is that you know, try to spend as much time as you can on the channel and learning from the guides and stuff that we do have posted here.
You'll not find finer wares anywhere else.
It is looking really nice, though, huh? I'm really feeling really good about this town and this setup. I mean, it's just such a nice vibe. Love having the little creek going right through the middle. We got the bridges, the nice church, manor. Everything's coming together. We got to do something about these sheep, though, man. They're gonna start taking over the the fence. Oh gosh. Oh, this guy's sick. Look at him. Oh no, Nicholas. He's like, oh no. Bleh. Tavern's not even open yet, dude. You already getting too drunk or what? All right, did we get malt? We did get malt, so we got to set up a brewery somewhere. Where do we want to put a brewery?
Carrots, cabbages,
I'm not gonna lie. Do we even need this? Maybe we just don't even need this joiner shop. Honestly, I think I'm gonna destroy the joiner shop, and I'm gonna replace it with a brewery. Because we have so many shields sitting around, and we're making pole arms. Look at how many pole arms we have sitting around, too, by the way. Jeez. I don't know, go back to iron parts so we can just make more crossbows and sell those or something? Whatever. But anyways, yeah, we'll get some ale coming in. We got our tavern ready. So we'll get, and we got clothing supplied now, too, right? So and once we get ale, see, then and we're about ready to upgrade our church. We're about ready for tier 3 upgrades here. So we're on the cusp. Speaking of which, we should be getting clay now, right? Yeah, we have our clay. So let's go ahead and staff up that clay furnace. And soon we'll have the roof tiles. We can upgrade our church. And then once we get the brewery extension right here, then we're ready to go with tier 3.
vegetables, get your daily dose of greens.
Just need them to get these planks out of the way here. And we'll replace this housing area and put a brewery right here instead. It's kind of sucks that you can't, like, if you put an artisan workshop on a house, you can't, like, replace the artisan workshop or whatever. You just need to delete the house. So we did what we had to do here. These guys, the joiner shop workers are temporarily homeless, but, you know, it is what it is. They can walk around and enjoy the scenery in the meantime. Come on. Alright, why are we not getting these planks? Is our... Oh, our storage is full of the logging camp. Maybe let's build another logging camp. Off in the woodland area. So we can have more storage space for those planks, or for those timbers. Okay. There we go. Now they're moving them. Good. Alright, replace this building. Boom. Very good. Alright. And we should see, we have a ton of... There we go, look at that. We got wheat bread, we got bread coming in. So once they finish baking the wheat bread, they should switch to... Do they just automatically start, or do we need to tell them start making rye bread now? I guess we just need to tell them. So we have a bunch of wheat bread, we'll also get some rye bread coming in now. So we have 2 different varieties of grains and just a bunch of food. So really strong gains coming in here. Okay, that house is back. We'll upgrade it again, and we'll get ready to put that brewery. Alright. And once we get our roof tiles, we'll upgrade that church, and then we'll upgrade tier 3 housing, baby. We're in here. Okay, level 2. Done any second. Brewery coming in. Yeah, check that, dude. I think if anyone, I'm not for sure, but I'm pretty sure that if anyone in a family gets sick, then they all just get sick right away, pretty much, right? Is that how it works? I think I've noticed that. The racetrack sheep clip. I know this is gonna be funny watching the sheep start to. They're just gonna start populating these stupid little pasture strips here. Maybe we need to put in a butcher and cull the herd a little bit, huh? Some lonely old man is gonna take advantage of their predicament, dude. They're in a bad spot. Let's see, what else did I miss here? Don't see any reasons to keep the lambs around. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the sheep, exactly. So that's why I was saying you just want to slaughter the lambs. Yeah, I mean the lambs they mature into sheep, so you know that's the reason to keep them around. But if you don't need more sheep, then yeah, no reason to keep them around. Just slaughter them, because you get the same like food and hides or whatever from slaughtering a lamb that you do from slaughtering a sheep. So might as well slaughter the lamb, you know. Yeah, elevation will get you if you have sheep, guys. Make sure you check out that elevation overlay here, and you'll be able to see if there's elevation areas, and then that'll tell you, like, we can't really see it right now because of the snow on the ground, but you'll see these like zigzag lines, and that'll tell you that's elevation area, and your sheep will most likely die in areas like that, unless you take a perk. There's a perk that will prevent that, but otherwise, yeah. Yeah, look at all our bread coming in. Nice. Sweet. Is having multiple trade posts also interesting logistics-wise then? Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting, but it's not really a thing, though, no. Because kind of what we were touching on earlier, there's like a cap on, like 50 of any given item at any given time is going to be the cap. So whether you had, if we had like 3 or 4 different trading posts right now, we would, all 3 of those trading posts collectively would only be able to stock and sell 50 of each item at a time. So if anything, it almost gets worse if you have multiple trading posts, because then you have items kind of scattered all over the place and whatever. So, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe it could end up being good in some situations, like if you just have like a ton of excess goods or something. I don't know, but typically I pretty much just only ever have 1 trading post. There's realistically not too much benefit in having multiple. Is bakeries going over the thing? Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? So, I mean, but it makes sense. I mean, I think the communal oven exists for a reason, and obviously the benefits that you get from the bakery extension are substantial, right? So it does make sense. Like, I understand. To me, that I get that change. I think that's a good one. It's just going to make it like might just need to use the communal oven for the first harvest or two in that case. You know what I mean? And then once you get to the point where you're at the housing level where you can add it, but you might just need to use the communal oven up until that point. You know what I mean? Which I guess is kind of their thought process. But let's hope Nicholas is not gonna barf in the well. Honestly, dude, we gotta keep an eye on that guy. The new Kristoff around here. All right, we got ale coming in. Oh, we got ale officially coming into the town. Let's go ahead and staff up our tavern. Well, actually, let's upgrade this to a large tavern first and foremost, and then we'll staff that. And we should have roof tiles as well. There we go. All right, we're improving we're entering a new stage here. We're upgrading the church, upgrading the tavern, and then we're going to get ready to upgrade tier 3 housing, baby. Very nice. See, beverage is the last thing we need here, and it's coming. Sweet. And we are in year 5 here, just for perspective. Spring of year 5. And by the way, no attack from the AI enemy happened within the 4 years, guys. I just wanted to kind of reiterate that real quick. Bath. No, I'm just joking. Oh my gosh, dude, that is actually crazy. I wonder if it's because you had. I wonder if it's because you said you also had the Baron and you had like multiple AIs on the field and everything, right? I wonder if that had some kind of effect that like if there's more of them, they just get like more aggressive or whatever. All right, here's like regular Band of Raiders. Let's see where they're at. Okay, see these raiders we're not even gonna have to deal with because they're gonna run into the. See, these raiders are gonna run into the because they're coming from the bottom of the map. They're gonna run through the AI town, and so they're not gonna get to us. Right. So I guess we can watch and see what happens here. Looks like the AI has 3 different spear militias set up, but each of them only has 6 or 7 people in the militia. Well, let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here, Bath. Okay, they're rallying. They're rallying some spear militias, but it looks like they have, like, not much people. Are they going to be able to defend themselves? Oh, there goes they got their 5 brave retinue soldiers going off into the field of battle. These guys are going to get ripped to shreds, man. Oh, they're retreating. All right, good. Good job retreating. Retreat! Come on, you guys got this. You can surely fend off some brigands, right? What are they doing? What are they doing? Uh-oh. Oh, there's brigands attacking them over here on this side. Oh, dude, they're getting surrounded. They got brigands attacking them. Oh, I think because it's they aggroed the bandit. Oh, that's what it is. When they rallied up, they aggroed this bandit camp, and they also aggroed this bandit camp, and then they also have the regular band of raiders. Dude, I think this AI region is toast already, bro. They only have like, they had like 3 militias that had like 6 people each in them. Oh my gosh, no. Come on, you can do it! Come on, Spear Militia, Earlhart. Go, Earlhart! Let's go, Earlhart. Let's go. Oh, man. Oh, no. They're down to they're dwindling, man. This is their last... Oh, no. The Spear Militia has been... Oh, dude. See, they're toast, dude. Oh, this is it. I think this is the last of their troops right here. These are the final survivors right here. Come on, lads! Hang in there! Oh, no. Oh, dude, they're done for. There goes the retinue. He's been slain. Oh, they're getting surrounded! No! Oh, my gosh. This is the final, the sole survivor. Here you go. He's going down. Oh my gosh, dude, the AI's dead. They're gonna burn the whole village now. Here we go, boys. Ah, poor AI town couldn't handle the raiders. Oh man. Here's our AI compatriot right here. Here's his army. Oh man. Rest in pepperonis, huh? Well, I guess we're not getting attacked by the AI in this one. Well, we got our stone church coming in. We got our... It starts to... See, now it starts to get a little lag. The fire and the smoke definitely messes with the... Definitely gets a little laggy when that's going on. Well, rest in pepperonis, AI Lord. Earlhart, rip. Oh, man. I had high hopes. I had high hopes for the AI. Notice how I'm keeping well away from the fighting? Yeah, yeah. We don't need to get in that. Oh, wait, hold on. He hired mercenaries. Hold on. Maybe there's hope. He hired mercenaries. They're just like taking forever to get there. Wait, hold on though. Can he avenge the town? He might actually, dude, he might actually be able to avenge the town. Maybe the mercenaries get there before the town is in complete shambles. There's maybe a little sliver of hope here. Where did they go? What happened? Are they in the trees somewhere? No, what happened? Where's your mercenaries? Did they disappear? Oh, maybe he ran out of treasury money and he couldn't keep paying for them? Is that what happened? Oh man. Maybe he couldn't keep paying the mercenaries and they abandoned him. Oh man. Poor AI town. Rest in pepperonis, dude. Well, I don't know. If the AI's cheating, they're not doing a very good job at it, apparently. This is the slow and easy map. Is it? They have not made... Yeah, I guess they just weren't ready. Yeah, no worries, Flat Rock. Thanks for being here. There's our Tier 2 church. And tavern's upgraded. We'll staff the tavern. There we go. We should start getting that supplied. And Tier 3 should be well on the horizon here. Let's level up these to Tier 2. In anticipation of getting them to 3 for the more families for these production... food production buildings. Yeah, that's a bummer, dude. AI. Adios. That's right. I'm too chicken for that, Bath. That's too hard for me. Use the sale as the credit. Yeah, it's a good one. Isn't the Baron going to claim your region faster? Yeah, I don't have the Baron. I don't have the Baron on this one. I just put the AI in this one just to, because Bath told us that the AI was super strong. Nah, but honestly, the AI has been making really good improvements. Like I said, they have one of the guys on the team is just full-time AI. That's all he does is AI programming. So the AI has been making good developments, and I think it will continue to do so. So that's encouraging. But went to the gym and back. Is still going, bro. Amazing. Yeah, welcome back. We're probably gonna wrap it up pretty soon, but. Because we are hitting the 5-hour mark here, and we just we're getting up our town to a really strong level, and we're about ready for. Look at that, we have Tier 3 upgrades are now available. So I'm gonna wait to upgrade because I want to do these ones first that have like the backyard orchards and veggies because I want them to have increased family members first and foremost. But yeah, we'll start getting some houses upgraded, and then it's gonna like I feel like the town's gonna look really really nice. But yeah, really cool stuff. Yeah, I'm slow and easy, baby. Low and slow, like a nice, like a nice brisket. That's right, baby. What else did I miss? No mercenaries are likely in the woods. That's what I thought. The mercenaries were in the woods, but they still haven't popped up. I think that they just... I think they're gone. I think the mercenaries are gone, bro. Because I thought they were in the woods, but, I mean, they should have came out of the woods by now. I'm pretty sure that he probably ran out of treasury or something, and... Yeah. I mean, his town is just occupied by bandits now. This lady doesn't know what to do with herself. Look at her. Help me! Ah! I don't know what to do! Ah! I'm just running around in circles. Ah! Look at this guy's just terrorizing. Look, this poor lady is just being terrorized by this guy. Look at him. Look at this poor lady is just running around like a chicken with her head cut off, and all these brigands are just terrorizing her, dude. Oh man, this poor lady. She's oh, hold on. Ah! Oh my gosh. Oh well. AI's coming along. What assortment of veggies and fruits are best? Honestly, they're all probably good. I usually stick with carrots for veggies, and honestly, fruits I'm not really sure. The quinces are pretty low. I mean, I would go with at least apples. Maybe I'd probably go for pears if possible with the fruit if you can. But veggies, I would say carrots for sure. At least in my opinion. There are only 4 regions. The timing. Oh, got it. Okay, I see. So maybe if there's more total regions to claim, then they move faster. Oh, that might be a thing, actually, Bath. Huh, interesting. I'll have to try on, like the... I think you said you were on the Winding River map, right? I think that's the biggest map, right? Maybe I'll try it on that one. See what happens. Yeah, everyone posts how many hours you have in the game right now. We gotta rank everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Happened in Lake City Builders, yeah. Even more if there's battles behind, yeah, baby. Payment issues doomed the town. Yeah, I think honestly that AI lore they just couldn't handle it, dude. They couldn't get it going with the cash flow. All right, my friends. How many hours do I have? So looking at my Steam thing right now, it says 650. But I played the game on Game Pass for a bit before I bought it on Steam, because I had Game Pass like when it came out and it was just on Game Pass, so I just played it on there for a little bit at first. So I don't know. I think I played like 100 hours or something like that on the Game Pass. So probably something like 700-800 hours total, something like that, I guess. But once again, like a lot of the time, I would say probably at least half of that time is just like it's just I'm not actually, it's just like sitting in the background where I'm like trying to get a screenshot or a thumbnail or like trying to get some certain clip or something like that, you know what I mean? But definitely a very significant chunk of playtime, that's for sure. Probably a little over half of that, for like 3/4 of that is probably actual playtime, something like that. Yeah. Also, this map, some of the regions are perhaps a bit too tough for the AI. Yeah, true, because there's a lot of like hillsides and maybe the resources are a little like spread apart or something. But I mean, as we saw, they had like a rich clay and a rich stone deposit. They should have been like absolutely swimming in cash, I would imagine. Has anyone determined ideal size? Yeah, that's a good question too, Smarties. I typically try to stick around, I think, a 1 Morgan plot, unless it's like I'm planning on, specifically which usually is the end goal to get them to the tier 3, but like, you know, unless it's like a realistic something that can happen within like the near future. Speaking of tier 3, we're going to add tier 3 housing here. We got it coming in. I think we need to restaff our logging camp since we added that other one. There we go. But yeah, I think I try to stick around 1 Morgan or go up to 1.5 Morgan if I'm really confident that it's going to be able to get to like the max amount of families. But let's see, what is the plot size of this roughly? See, these ones aren't really that big. This one's only like a half a Morgan. You know, once again, this town was more kind of thinking about aesthetics. Of course, I was not trying, you know, we're not trying to really min-max anything in this town necessarily. But, you know, I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure though that they're, you know, they could do more than this. Like, we could, this could be, I think, upwards of a full Morgan and they'd be getting through it. Yeah, nice, man. 850. Jay Voodoo takes the cake, though. Wow. Jay Voodoo and Baff, you guys are absolute monsters. I'll get some tier 3 housing in here, guys. Tier 3 hype. Nice, lads. You're playing in a sailboat? Oh, like, actually. You live in the boat. Oh, gotcha. Wow. Nice. Hey, that's what's up, though. That's a whole vibe right there. Yeah, that's another good way to kind of determine the size of the plot too, Ned, is to look at the like percentage of the increase on the price or whatever to give you an idea of what the size is too. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I've been kind of looking for something around like 300 to 400% increase if I'm going for like a, you know, max efficiency kind of layout, I guess, something like that. But once again, that's just, I haven't really ran the numbers or anything. That's just kind of like what I've been doing so far, which seems to be working well. High five. Very nice. Best combination of rich resource? Ooh. Yeah, you can't go wrong with a rich iron. Rich iron is probably the most desirable, just like overall. But rich stone is probably the most convenient as far as just like, you just get infinite, easy profits from rich stone. Like, rich stone is probably the easiest, most brain dead, just like really strong economy setup. But rich iron has more potential. So, depends how you look at it, I guess. Rich clay is also decent, but rich iron is probably the most desirable overall. But if you want just like a brain dead, extremely easy, efficient economy thing, then rich stone is like pretty much just, yeah, really, really good and easy. Yeah, so a lot of people like, and I know, I'm pretty sure Jay Voodoo and Baff, AJ, you too, and a lot of you guys have said, I remember a lot of you guys saying that you kind of feel like having rich fertility and rich iron is pretty much the best resource, you know, combination that you can kind of get potentially. So yeah, I would agree, especially at this point now in the current state of the game. I would agree. Yeah, I think now at this point that is probably pretty much the best. But once again, I say, you know, as far as if you want just like a straight up like completely easy brain dead, very profitable setup, the rich stone is like, is just, yeah. Bedtime, midnight is right. Yeah, no worries, guys. We're gonna be wrapping it up here, guys. We're 5 hours in, so I gotta be calling it here. But we got the tier 3 housing in. We'll do one more town walk, guys, and check out our the result of our setup here. Unfortunately, the AI kind of got burnt to a crisp, but it's all good. This town is really cool. I'm like super happy with how this town kind of came together. The aesthetics of it are just immaculate. Really loving the vibe. We've had a lot of fun working on it together and chatting along the way. We'll do one last town walk here, guys, but we'll probably wrap it up after this. And you know, once again, Sunday, every Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, start time. But yeah, we have more, like we mentioned. Probably the next one, I saw a lot of you guys sounding like you were getting a little excited about the no mercenary run. So like, you know, focus on like militia and stuff like that. So, you know, probably do like a challenging setup against like the Baron and or AI or whatever, so that we have some opponents to go against and use our militias, but that'll probably be one of the next things on the docket. But you know, we have quite a few cool things on the horizon, video ideas and challenge runs and all that cool stuff. Our tier 3 housing's looking real nice here now. See, this area is looking real good. Look at that with the market and everything. Upgraded housing looking real good. Our church looks really nice now. Yeah, I love the layout with the bridge and the little river dividing the town and everything. So yeah, this was a W, guys. Well, like I said, probably I know a few of you guys kind of were getting into the, you know, aesthetic town layout and stuff too. Like I mentioned, probably either a video or potentially a series about town layout and aesthetic town layout, and maybe some different spots on different maps that could be cool for different reasons, and maybe give you guys some ideas on how you could approach that and some strategies to use or whatever. Richstone only needs a stonemason, you know, after the races. That's right, dude. It's crazy easy. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Salt also very good. Yeah, I forgot to mention salt. Yeah, yeah. Sounds like Boyker. I would highly recommend. Sounds like you're kind of getting into the game and learning a lot about the game, which is really awesome. I would definitely recommend check out the economy guide, the updated. There's a couple guides that I posted since the like actual formatted, focused, edited guides. One is for updated economy, and then another one for like getting your town established and getting maximum amount of like pop growth. I would definitely recommend checking out both of those guides. It's going to help you with get started with a ton of really good information. And then even if you're not trying to play on challenging settings, if you guys also want to learn more like in a start to finish sort of format, the Restoring the Peace challenging series, 2-part series that we finished up last week, that's another real, I would definitely recommend watching that one in its entirety too, both parts, because it's like just completely packed with information and strategies and gameplay and all kinds of stuff that you can soak in as well. Looking forward to hearing your guys' continued thoughts on, you know, as the game progresses. I know a lot of you guys probably already commented on the update article video that I posted, the pinned thing in the chat that posted overnight. And I haven't had a chance to go through all those comments yet, but I'll be doing that later today. And I know we chatted a bit about it here today in the live stream as well, so that was awesome. I love hearing your guys' perspective as well. And yeah, guys, I hope you're having a really awesome start to 2026. Hope you had a really good weekend here. Good Sunday. Hope you guys have enjoyed the stream and the vibe and everything. Soaking the last little bit of our town here. We got some spring showers going on. Just immaculate vibe though around this town. Really, really nice. So maybe I'll make a video just kind of showcasing some of this too or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, this is definitely really cool stuff. So let me know what you guys think. If you, like I said, if you guys ever have any like suggestions, feedback for content, whatever, I'm always open ears on that, and I'd love to hear what you guys think. Yeah, which one is your favorite? For, yeah, especially if you're doing castle building, it's pretty much necessary, right? Yeah, collapse chance. So the collapse chance isn't really like a significant factor if you're not stacking the mines, but if you start stacking mines on top of each other, then you definitely have to consider the collapse chance potentially. Once again, there is a development perk, or at least for now, there's a development perk that that will, you know, reduce the collapse chance or whatever. But you know, who knows? Who knows what's going on with the development perk system? But yeah. All right, we're gonna retire to the manor. We're gonna head to our manor, and we're gonna retire in the manor, guys. The final walk. We're gonna head to our manor. We're gonna retire in the manor. And thank you guys so much. Yeah, thank you for the stream. Nice chatting with y'all. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it, y'all. Hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend here. Good 2026 so far. looking forward to seeing you guys in the comments, and for the next content for coming up, next videos, and or next Sunday for our usual Manor Lords live stream every Sunday. We might do another, potentially like we did, on Friday. We'd do like a little additional live stream here and there to check out, Mandate Order or whatever else. But maybe we'll end up, potentially doing something like that in the midweek as well. But otherwise, looking forward to catching you guys in the next one, guys. And thank you again so much for being here. It's been an awesome day. Especially shout out to, Jay Voodoo, Bath, Ned, Smarties, all the regulars around here. TH, you guys are the best. Really appreciate you guys always being here, supporting the channel and helping out, answering questions for people and everything too. It's really nice, you guys. So, all right, y'all, we're headed out. Peace out, High Peaks. For now, it's been real. I'm gonna save this one. And this has been a really awesome town. Really enjoyed we'll have to embrace more of the aesthetics and move forward. So hopefully we get some inspiration here for you guys, and I hope you guys enjoyed. So yeah, thank you guys. All right, I was signing off for now. Catch you guys